car racing club, as well as a biomedical engineering school club. So you see a lot of interesting information here today. And I know you're all eager to get started. Before I finish, I want to thank our partner, NYC First, and also PSAL, and the Mayor's Office of Sports, Wellness, and Recreation. So without further ado, enjoy your day, and good luck for all your competition. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, Shifu. I couldn't be happier standing in front of so many of you who are so committed to each other, so committed to robotics, the joy of robotics, planted on this beautiful campus. This day has been a long time in coming, and it's a triumph both for today and for the future. I have the distinct privilege of thanking a number of people today for their hard work and for making this day a reality. First of all, this is indeed the Mayor's Cup, and as such, I want to thank Mayor Adams for shining a spotlight on robotics and the way that we do it. The students, all of you on the teams, know how much this is like a sport. And so just really, we've been doing this at New York City First for about 25 years as sport, and are very excited that the mayor has recognized this. Jasmine Ray, who you hear from in a moment, is the director of the mayor's office of sports, wellness, and recreation, and she has spearheaded this from the beginning, from the mayor's side, from the city's side. I was introduced to Jasmine through my friend Danny Harris, who will be coming later. Danny is the head of the PSAL, the Public School Athletic League for New York City Public Schools. We've been trying to figure out how to do more and more with PSAL for robotics as sport, and those talks continue. We hope to advance those in the coming months. We'll let you know a little bit more about that as that advances. I mentioned earlier this beautiful campus. I really want to thank Columbia for generously opening up its doors, opening up this campus for us, and generously donating this beautiful venue. The foresightful leader of Columbia Engineering, Dean Shifu Chang, again, has been a fantastic partner for us. And so we thank the Dean and Chris and his team for making this a reality here at Columbia. New York City First can do our work because of our supporters, including the fierce advocates on the board for us. One of those advocates is Armin Evanesians. He introduced me to Shifu, and so not only has that led to today, but that has led to a lot of work that we hope to do with Columbia and Columbia Engineering, particularly over the coming years. So we're excited about that. So thank you, Columbia. Thank you, Armin. I want to thank our staff and the volunteers for making this day happen too. In particular, where's Lisa Kai? There we go. Lisa heads up our FIRST robotics programs at New York City, so FLL, FTC, FRC all roll up into Lisa. She has been doing this since the very beginning as its idea all the way to today. It's been a couple of years. And finally, to all of you, to the students, the teachers, the coaches in this room, thank you for your perseverance and for your grit and for your joy. You're indeed our future. It's important for the city. It's important for the national health of the country. Many of you, by the way, are, many of our alumni have graduated and come to Columbia Engineering. Little plug for Columbia there. I think Columbia has some information. For those of you who are interested in matriculating, potentially applying, to Columbia, information should be outside. But thank you so much to the students for really putting in the effort for making this day a reality. Many of you will go on to major in the STEM fields, to careers in the STEM fields. For those of you who don't, you're going to be incredibly successful because of the mindset, the skills that you've learned, and that will serve you well in anything you choose. You'll be critical thinkers in a world so desperate for them. Thank you very much. And with that, I pass the microphone over to Jasmine Ray from the Mayor's Office. Thank you.
What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? What's up? You guys ready for today? All right, cool. I am here on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams. I first want to thank Columbia for opening their doors to us. Thank you so much for the opportunity for being here. I also want to thank NYC First for their incredible partnership and vision for this event. And before I begin, I also want to thank Lisa from NYC First and Maybelline from the Mayor's Office for having the fortitude and the vision to bring this event to life. So let's give them a round of applause, please. None of this would be possible without the people working behind the scenes tirelessly. We often get to stand here on stage, but it's their dedication and your hard work that truly make this event possible. So today's competition is more than just a contest. It's a testament to the dedication, the creativity, and the hard work of each and every one of you. I was truly inspired during the expo, learning not just about your creations, but also about how you guys are resourceful and finding and harnessing your materials for your robots. The innovation and the approaches that you took to source materials and to build your projects were truly remarkable. It's very inspiring. We're all aware programs like this often lack funding support, but because of you, Mayor Adams is committed to increasing support and opportunity for initiatives like this to thrive within the Department of Education. And you, the students, are laying the groundwork for this vision. Your advocacy and your enthusiasm have inspired us to explore creating a pilot program that includes robotics as an official sport within the PSAL. So this could soon become a recognized high school sport, offering even more students the chance to engage in this transformative field. So I want to thank you all for your dedication and for your hard work and for your vision. And you're just not competing today. Just know that you are laying the groundwork for the future of robotics in our city. So good luck. And now I will turn it over to Had, who is your professor of engineering here at Columbia.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to show you I've been doing research in robotics and AI for many, many years. I want to show you a very, very scary slide that you have never seen before, and it's about the future. Okay, you ready for it? This is computing power per dollar. This is teraflops per dollar, but this is the important thing. This is where we will be 10 years from today. Guaranteed, 2035, when we stand here and have this competition 10 years from today, we will be at 9 teraflops per dollar. But here's the scary thing. This is where we are today. I want you to look at this graph and see and watch this huge tsunami that is heading our way. The way I got this graph, this is not magic. This is Moore's law interpolated for 125 years. If you accelerate it 10 more years, this is where we're going to be 10 years from today. This is your career. Your career will take off because you can ride this curve. And there are many technologies in the pipeline that are going to keep this thing moving forward. There's photonics, and there's quantum computing, and there's a parallelization, and there's analog computers, and many, many things that are going to keep it going forwards. And that's just one of several forces that are driving robotics and AI today at an incredible pace. We have Moore's law. We have the incredible exponential growth in data that is feeding all the AI. We have growth in the AI models themselves. The capacity of AI to learn is growing at an incredible pace that is doubling every 6 months. And on top of that, the number of different AIs, LLMs, VLAs, all these different models, the plurality, the ecosystem of all these models talking to each other is growing at an exponential rate as well. So combining computing power, data, the capacity of AI to learn and the number of models altogether is going to create an incredible future that is just taking off. Now, a lot of you have already interacted with generative AI and all these different things, and most people on the street think that generative AI is about writing text and poems and writing reports and creating music and art, but no, the biggest effect of generative AI is not music and art, it's engineering. It's designing new antennas. This is an antenna designed by generative AI. It is so good, it is on satellites right now. It baffles all the antenna designers. They've never seen anything like this. It's more creative than anything they've seen. It's outside of any textbook, but it's created and made by a robot. Proteins. AI is designing better proteins than any biochemical engineer can design. AI is designing materials. It's transforming the material world. It's designing more materials than material scientists can design over a decade. But perhaps the largest effect of generative AI is going to be in your field. It's going to be in robotics. Because robots, we humans underestimate what it takes to do physical things. We tie our shoelaces all day long. We don't think much about it, but I can tell you, if you can tie your shoelaces, you're a genius. That's an incredibly hard task compared to playing chess or recognizing things. Even OpenAI, the same OpenAI that gave you ChatGPT, tried to do robotics a couple years ago and they abandoned it. They said it's too hard. They gave up on robotics and they said, we'd rather create Shakespeare than make a robot. It's too hard to make a robot. Now, gradually you're seeing robots that learn to walk and are learning to move around and even manipulate things gradually. But AI in the physical world is really, really hard. And why is it so hard? It's because it's so complex, it involves multiple channels. This also takes a lot of energy. We humans are so energy efficient. We do everything using 20 watts of energy. Even the lamest AI needs 2 kilowatts. So robotics is hard. It's hard because it involves risk of things breaking. It's not like playing chess or writing poems. AI involves physical risk. A robot making mistakes in the physical world is dangerous. It's risky. It takes a lot of energy and it takes a lot of time. You can play 1,000 games of chess a second, but you can't walk 1,000 steps in the physical world per second. So all of these things make robotics really, really hard, but robots are learning, and I want you to pay attention to this one little thing that's going to make it all possible. These are VLAs at the top there. The VLAs are the LLMs of robotics, and you should pay attention to that because that's going to change your career. LLMs for robots. LLMs go translate from text to text. That's easy. A baby can do that. VLAs translate from vision to action. And this is now the cutting edge of AI, of generative AI, and it is the key to making robots work. So a lot of people fear AI. A lot of people think it's going to take over, it's create a lot of problems, but I'm here to tell you, don't fear, steer. Steer this technology. It's going to take us in incredible ways. Your responsibility as this Moore's Law keeps moving forward in an unstoppable way, your responsibility is to steer the AI, understand what it can do and how and where it can go, what opportunities it can create, and how we can harness it to solve our most pressing problems. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. We're done with our formal program. Let the games begin. So thanks again.
We are now queuing for match number 2 over on the field closest to the stage. As we're getting ready for match 1, please, if you're playing match 2, start heading to field number 2 closest to the stage.
Is this the game announcing mic? For the game announcer, is this the microphone? Okay.
It's on. It's on. It's on.
Oh, there. And then you kind of go from there once everything is set up. So I'm gonna get started with this one soon. So just shadow, see what I do, and like see how you feel about it. Where's Mufasa? I don't know. Where is Mufasa? Lisa. DJ, you know where Lisa is? Where? Oh, I just found it. Question, are we doing any sort of like opening ceremony right now? Or like, so we just did it. We just did it, okay. What is Mufasa doing right now? Because he's commentating as anything to game announcement. I'm sorry. Get started with this immediately.
You get started, well, ask DJ.
We need to start. So we need to start? Yeah. Okay.
They're waiting for who is going to...
Welcome everyone to the first ever Mayor's Cup here at Columbia University in partnership with the Mayor's Office and the Public School Athletics League. We're over here on field number 1 where we have the qualification 1 of 38 here, where on the blue lines we have team 20712 Kenny Donuts with their alliance partners teams 11997 High Techies. They'll be facing off against team 13368 the Mechatronics and their alliance partner team 26195 Sith Saturns. As we're now getting everything in place, we should be ready to get this match started at the signal of the head referee. So head referee, are we good to get started?
All right, Red Alliance, everybody ready? Yes.
Thumbs up from the Red Alliance, thumbs up from the Blue Alliance, all around. We are good to go. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that sound, the robots are off now. We have a movement from the Blue Alliance where we have 11997 going with their 3-stack autonomous here. They're going to grab their first sample for the human player, a second sample for the human player, and their third one as well. On the blue side of things, we have team 26195. They're going to go for that upper bucket with their autonomous. They managed to get 2 of the 3 neutral samples into that upper bucket, which now they're going to go for the park in the submersible zone. 11997 managed to almost get that 1 sample clipped up. They're going to try to go for the second sample with only 2 seconds left before the end of this autonomous period. And with that, they're off with 2 minutes on the clock right now. The score being 20-49, red up. We have the Red Alliance going for those neutral samples within the middle of the submersible. 26195 is going to go for that bottom bucket, which they managed to do so successfully, increasing their total score of samples to 3, now 4, with their second sample into that upper bucket. Team 13368, they're going to go for a hanging sample here. They're going to try to go into that upper ring. It seems as if they're feeding it back to the human player in order to be able to grab it again. On the blue side of things, we have Team 20712. They've managed to add their first sample into that upper bucket, and they're going to go for another Alliance neutral sample here in the pre-made zone. With a minute and 23 seconds on the clock right now, the Red Alliance has an advantage of a score 69-28, with the Red Alliance going steady with the scoring of that lower bucket, with Team 26195 going to grab as many of those Alliance neutral samples and now an Alliance specific sample into that lower bucket. Their Alliance partner Team 13368 following suit as well, trying to grab those Alliance neutral samples from within the submersible. With now 30 seconds left before the beginning of the end game period, we have the Blue Alliance trying to play catch up here as they are now adding more hanging samples into their side of the field, with now a total of 3 hanging samples in comparison to none for Red Alliance. With now 48 seconds on the clock, Blue Alliance is steadily catching up, but the Red Alliance is still putting in the work, making sure they add samples into that lower bucket, now increasing their total samples to 10 samples into that lower bucket, keeping the score increase very steady and keeping that gap between red and blue ever so strong. With now 30 seconds left before the end of this match, we now have movement from all robots trying to scramble for those final few points during these last few seconds. With Team 26195 going to go for more of those samples from within the submersible, and we have Team 20712 trying to go with more hanging samples on their side of the field. With 13 seconds left on the match, there seems to be no robots going for the hang right now, but that's about to change as Team 20712 is going to go for that first level hang. With 5 seconds left, will they get the hang? They managed to get the hang with the last second here. They managed to not do it. They may have gotten it. We're going to have to wait and see what the referee says. But with that, that concludes this first match. We'll take it to field number 2. O'Reilly, please take it away.
All right, here on the Blue Alliance, we have Churchill Hawks, Team 27003, and we also have Team 23463, Assist Mercury. Over there on the Red Alliance, we have Team Roboctopus, number 24047, and Team 13334, Spence Lightsabers.
Behind the what? The stand. There's not much stanchions. Okay. But like, yeah. Yeah.
If I could just kindly ask for future reference, any spectators for these matches, if you could please kindly stand behind the stanches, or if you would just back away a little from the field so that we don't create as much of a hazard. Thank you so much, guys.
Hands up, controllers. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Yes. Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready?
We've got the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! The match kicked off. We see the Blue Alliance go in and get a blue specimen on that high rung, as well as the Red Alliance also gets a specimen on that high rung. We see the Blue Alliance going and putting some more samples into their human player zone and getting ready to go and hook some more specimens. The Blue Alliance gets a second specimen on that high rung. Will they get a third? And they do. That's 3 specimens on the high rung for the Blue Alliance. And they're going in for a fourth. That's 4 specimens under the high rung for the Blue Alliance, but a fifth. They just barely miss it. And our teleop period kicks off. We see the blue lines over here going and scoring a sample into the low basket. Over there on the red lines, we see them go ahead and get ready to get a neutral colored sample and push it into their observation zone. Over there on the blue line, we see them go ahead and reaching in to go ahead and grab some blue line colored samples and start making them into some specimens. The red lines over there seem to be having a little bit of trouble, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. The blue lines goes and gets more and more samples and starts turning them into more specimen. Over here, team 27003 goes ahead and tries and picks up some more lines colored samples. The red alliance goes and gets ready to try and steal some of those alliance neutral colored samples. Will they get it? Both teams right now are just making specimen after specimen, trying to get ready to make them as fast as possible. Team 24047 goes ahead and reaches into the submersible, and they go ahead and grab a sample. While 27003 on the blue line goes in and throws another sample in that low basket. The red alliance keeps just making more and more specimens, but the blue alliance is matching that energy as they keep making more on their end. I wonder when they're going to score them. Only time will tell. The blue alliance goes in and reaches into the middle again to try and pick up that another neutral colored sample and score it into the low basket. And team 23463 goes in and starts scoring more specimens after they've worked so hard to make them. With around 35 seconds left in the game, they keep scoring specimen after specimen. And that's how it's endgame, folks. It's time for both of these alliances to go ahead and start scoring those specimens they've worked so hard to make all game. The blue alliance keeps getting specimen after specimen. I don't even know how many they have anymore. They just have so many. The red alliance is matching the energy, though. They go ahead and try and pick up all their specimens they got from the game. They're pushing them into their observation zone. The blue line keeps just getting more. They will not stop. As 27003 goes in and gets that low hang. That is a level 2 ascent for them. And now the blue line goes in and tries to get another. That's game.
Just a quick announcement for all teams that are competing today. I know this is different to normal procedure, but we will be self-queuing. We will not have any queuers running around. So if you know that your match is up, we kindly ask that you queue yourself on the field so that we can keep matches running. Again, there are no queuers. Please queue yourselves onto the field directly to keep matches moving. Thank you so much. And if I could also ask all spectators to please stand behind this stanchion over here. Please do not occupy this center area, for that is a hazard for our teams. Again, any spectators, please stand behind these black stanchions as we want to keep this center area clear. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to keep saying that.
They may not have heard you the first time.
Can you just say that? Thank you, Meg.
We have an announcement from the head referee. If I can have all your attention here, please.
We are assessing a yellow card to team 24047 for contact with a robot. Human player contact with robot.
Thank you so much. And with that, we got the cleanup order here on field number 2. So we're going to head back over here to field number 1 for the rundown for our next match. We also have a score announcement for this last match over here on field number 2. As our little robot analyzes the sample, it seems it's going to be a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 249-37. And so now over here back on field number 1 for qualification match 3 of 38. On the Blue Alliance, we have teams 310 Sty Fission with their alliance partners, team 23403 Code Conductors. They'll be going up against team 9371 General Relativity with their alliance partners, team 27039 Black Knights.
The robot is not Oh, what are you saying? I'm good.
Okay, with final checks done over here on field number 1, we're starting to get ready to start this match. Waiting for the referee, and the referee, what does the head referee says? That's a thumbs up for the head referee, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, they're off. We have movement from 1 robot here on the red alliance, 2 on the blue alliance, with 310 going for that upper basket real quick. They managed to get 1 sample in, unfortunately dropping another sample outside of the field and not grabbing onto the second sample. Meanwhile, we have team 23403 grabbing those samples for the human player, making sure that they have enough preloaded samples to go. They're going to grab their first hanging sample, which unfortunately they did drop, and they're going to go back for their second hanging sample here as the autonomous time runs out. With 4 seconds left on autonomous, they managed to almost get that hang, but that leaves them with currently only 1 hanging sample on the field. And with that battle, there's now 2 minutes on the clock right now. We have movement from all robots here on the field. We have 310 going for their samples inside of the submersible. Going to go for their first sample into that upper box. Meanwhile, their alliance partners team 403 managed to get their first hanging sample from the teleop period up on their side of the submersible. On the red side of things, we have team 9371. They're going to go for those preloaded samples over there, those alliance neutral samples, and put them into that upper basket. Unfortunately, 1 sample did drop, but they managed to clear it free from their robot. Their alliance partners team 27039 trying to navigate through the field, making sure they get their gearing sorted out before they start grabbing samples of their own. 310 here, meanwhile, they're going to grab as many more samples as they can, clearing out that sensor submersible as quickly as possible to make sure that they keep this edge from the red alliance, with the current score being 78-54. With 1 minute and 12 on the clock right now, we have 9371 still going strong with those sensor submersible samples. They're going to go for the upper bucket again, and they managed to do so beautifully. Then on the blue side of things, we have 310 still going to go for those samples. It seems that they're clearing out this sensor submersible at a faster rate than the red alliance. Their alliance partners team 23403 is going to capitalize on this chance, going to grab as many of those hanging samples as they can as we now ever inch closer to the end game period. With the current score being 112-62, the blue alliance is doing everything that they can in order to keep this score difference high. With 5 seconds left before the beginning of the end game period, we still have scoring from both Blue Alliance samples and 1 Red Alliance robot. And with that bell, it is now 30 seconds left on the match. It is now scoring frenzy time for all these teams. They're going to try to clear out this submersible as much as they can, with the Red Alliance still going strong with that upper bucket. Blue Alliance is also going strong, adding another sample of theirs into that upper bucket, with now the score being 146-72. The Red Alliance is going to do everything that they can to come back for this match, but it seems as if the Blue Alliance is going to take it for today here. With 5 seconds left, we're going to have our first hanging here with the Blue Alliance. They managed to hang perfectly, and that is game. With a final hang from 310, that marks our first hang for this event. And we're going to take it back to field number 2. Riley, please take it away.
All right, guys, what a crazy match. Now we're going to head over to second field. We've got the thumbs up. So in 3, 2, 1, dive. And the match kicks off. We see some immediate movement over here from the blue line, so they go ahead and score a neutral colored sample into that high basket. The red lines go ahead and matches energy as they also get a neutral colored sample into the high basket. Over here, Team 4780, Robolution gets a specimen on that high rung. While the partner alliance, Gearmasters, gets their third sample in that high basket. Will they get a force? And they just narrowly miss it, but we know they'll get it during the Auton period. And the match kicks off, and just as predicted, Cheez-Its goes back in and goes in and grabs that neutral colored sample into that high basket. Over there on the red line, see them going in for that specimen they couldn't get during the Auton period. While their partner alliance goes in and reaches into the submersible to get a neutral colored sample and drop it in that high basket. Over here on the blue line, Team 4780 goes ahead and gets more and more samples and starts turning them into specimen so they can go and score them towards the end game. And the red alliance goes in and gets their first specimen on that high rung. Great job, guys. While the partner alliance goes in and gets another sample of that high rung. Over here on the blue line, Team 4780 goes in and gets another sample and starts turning them into specimen. Back on the red alliance, they just keep getting more and more alliance-colored samples in that high basket. But the Gearmaster, or Cheez-Its is masking their energy as they go ahead and get a blue line-colored sample into that high basket. With around 1 minute left in the game, we go ahead and see the red alliance getting ready to score their second specimen. Will they get it on? Only time will tell. But back here at the blue alliance, Cheez-Its goes and gets now their, I don't even know how many samples it is, into that high basket. 4780 over here goes in and gets another specimen on that high rung. They're going for their third. Will they get it? And they do. While their partner alliance gets another neutral colored sample in that high basket. And they get their fourth specimen onto that high rung. Good job, 4780. The red alliance appears to be having a little bit of trouble, but they parked, so it should be okay. And that's how I mean this end game. Over here we see 4780. They dropped their specimen, but it's okay. They're just going to go in for another one. Gearmaster seems to be having a little bit of trouble going and getting that sample inside of their intake. Will they get it? Well, only time will tell. Well, the partner alliance 4780 gets another specimen onto that high rung. They will not stop. This is a team to fear, guys. They go in and get another sample from the submersible and getting ready to turn it into a specimen. And now they get another specimen on there. That's game, folks. Now we're going to hand this over to Aldolfo.
Thank you so much. And with that match, we're going to wait to see what the head referee says. And I would like to remind teams that we are now prepping for match number 5. So if you are part of match number 5, please make your way to the field 1 immediately. Again, if you are part of match number 5, please make your way to field 1 immediately. We have a score announcement to make over here as well as our sample is being analyzed. It's a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 171 for 78 for qualification 3 of 38. Hi.
I've seen you before on a lot of these things. Thank you for taking such good care of this one. Of course. Nice to love like this match. It's nice to love like they native ways this match. No one from back is there. It's only okay, should I take some good pictures for them? Mom, none of the leads showed up. It's just
We also have another score announcement for match number 4 as well. Seems as if the score is going to be another Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 224 to 83. And with that, we're now going to move over here on field number 1 for this match setup. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24096 with their alliance partners teams 14212. They'll be going up against team 20701 with their alliance partners team 24038. I'm gonna go for my master's hopefully in forensic science.
Awesome.
We're waiting on my final grades, and Orbo's not looking too good. But we're trying for academic merit right now. Yeah, we'll take it tomorrow, like in 2 weeks. We have a thumbs up from the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. We're waiting for the referees now. Do we have a thumbs up? That is thumbs up from all around, so we can get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, we have movement now from both alliances. With the Red Alliance, Team Lovelace 20701, going to go for their prelim sample. They're going to place it into that lower level. On the blue side, we have Team 14212. They're going to go for those samples that are preloaded onto the field. They're going to go for their second field sample, and they managed to place it into the upper box successfully. Now bringing the total score to 24-2. The Blue Alliance is going to try to go for that last sample, but unfortunately, they were not able to grab it in time. But with that, that concludes our autonomous period as we now go into the beginning of our tele-op period. And with that, there's now 2 minutes on the clock, and we have movement from all robots here on the field with both Blue Alliance robots going to try to go for that central submersible. Before that, though, Team 24096, they're going to try to drop off their sample into that upper box, which they do so beautifully. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, Teams 14212, they're going to go for the first sample from inside the submersible to give it to their human player, converting it into another hanging sample. On the red side, things we have Team 20701. They're going to try to go for another one of those field samples and place it into the scoring zone successfully. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, Team 24038. They're trying to play rather defensively here, trying to slow down the progress of Team 24096. With the minute and 23 right now on the clock, the current score is 64-8, with the Blue Alliance having a steady lead over the red. 14212 is going to grab their first hanging sample and put it into that upper rung, managing to add their first sample, hanging sample of the match here, bringing up their score to now 74. We have Team Lovelace. They're going to try to go for a alliance neutral sample and they're try to place it into that scoring zone as well. Meanwhile, Team 14212 Metrobotics are going to grab another one of those hanging samples, now increasing the total number of hanging samples to 2 hanging samples. With 50 seconds left on the clock, we now have an estimated 20 seconds before the beginning of the end game period. With the Red Alliance doing everything they can in order to slow down the progress of the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance is still going steady with the scoring, now having a total of 3 hanging samples for the Blue Alliance's name. We have Team 24096. It seems as if they've gone for the early parking now. And they're going to go for the early hang as we now enter the beginning of the end game period. We have Team 14212. They're going to try to grab that earlier new Alliance neutral sample, and they're going to put it into that upper bucket. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, they're now going to go for the parking as the time runs out with 15 seconds left. It seems as if Team 24038 is going to go for a hang. The first hang, they might get the first hang off, but with 10 seconds left, we're going to see who does it. 14212 does it first. They managed to lift the robot off the field just barely. With 5 seconds, will they get the hang off? They managed to get the hang off, and that is game. With a buzzer beater hang from 14212. We're going to have to see what the final score is here from our referees. In the meantime, however, we'll take it back to field number 2. Aurelie, please take it away.
All right, everybody. Over here on field 2, we have we have Team 8721 Mighty Mechanics and Team 235 and Team 23513 INT Robotics on the Blue Alliance. And actually now we have a score announcement. Get ready, folks. And the winner of that match is the Blue Alliance with a score of 118 to 18. Anyway, back here for qualification match number 6. We on the Red Alliance, we have Team 28021, Team 8088. We've got the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! And the match kicks off with Team 8088. Go ahead and score a sample of that high basket, while Team INT scores a specimen on that high rung, while they go ahead and push more into the human player zone to go ahead and try picking it up for later. And Team 8088 goes in and gets a second sample of that high basket. And now they get a third. Team INT seems to have a little trouble with their auto, but I'm sure they'll go ahead and get the rest of those specimen during the over here, Team 8088 goes and gets another sample at high basket. Over here on the blue line, Team 8721 goes ahead and picks up a sample and gets ready to score into that high basket. But over here on the red line, Team 28021 goes ahead and makes another specimen and gets ready to pick one up. Back here on the red line, Team 8088 goes ahead and scores an alliance color sample of that high basket. Team INT seems to be having a little bit of trouble. It seems they DC'd, but I'm sure they'll get it working, and they do. Over there, Team 8721 goes and scores another sample of that high basket. While the red line goes and reaches into the submersible and gets another sample and scores into that high basket. Their alliance partner goes in and gets ready to make more specimens and try scoring them into that high rung. Will they get it? Only time will tell. Back there on the blue line, Team INT gets ready to go to make some more specimens. While their alliance partner, Team 8721, goes in and reaches into the submersible to try and pick up an alliance-colored sample. Will they get it in that high basket? And they do. They're, back here on the red line, Team 8088 goes in and scores another alliance-colored sample in that high basket. They will not stop, guys. Over there, Team INT goes and reaches into the submersible to try picking up an alliance-colored sample. Will they get it? Well, their alliance partner, Team 8721, scores an alliance-colored sample in that high basket, getting more points for their team. The red alliance won't stop either. They get their second specimen on that high rung. They ready to go in for that third, will they? Their alliance partner is simultaneously getting sample after sample in that high basket. As 28021 gets their third specimen onto that high rung. INT is matching the energy, though, as they get their second specimen on that high rung, now going for their third. That's how it means it's endgame, folks. Will we see a ascent this match? Only time will tell. Both of these teams are scoring specimen after specimen, with INT now getting their, I think that's their fifth specimen on that high rung. Team 8721 goes in and scores more and more samples into that low basket. While over here on the red line, Team 8088 goes in and scores more samples into their high basket. They will not stop even if it's endgame. The blue alliance just keeps scoring specimen after specimen. And it appears we have a ascent from the red alliance. That's match, folks. I'm going to hand it back to Adolfo.
And with that, that finishes qualification match 6 of 38 over here on field number 2. So we're going to head back to field number 1 for qualification match 7 of 38. On the blue lines, we have team 23463, Sits Mercury. Before that, though, we do have a score announcement for our last match. It is a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 164 to 176. Back over here on field number 1, we have Blue Alliance team 23643, Sits Mercury, with their Alliance partners team 9860, Cheez-Its. They'll be facing off against 11997 High Techies with their Alliance partners team 22359, Overclock.
Once again, this is a reminder that teams, we are self-queuing today. Please make your way to the field on time for your qualification matches. Qualification match number 8, team 13334, 13368, 310, and 22782.
And with that, we have a thumbs up, so we're ready to go over here in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, they're off. Now we have moving from both Blue Alliance robots, one Red Alliance robot with 11997 taking the initiative and getting their first hanging sample into their side of the submersible, along with team 23463 also responding with their own hanging sample. The 23463 is going to add their second hanging sample, having done so successfully. They're going to go for their third hanging sample now, which they also managed to clip on. The Red Alliance is going to try to respond as well with their hanging samples, but unfortunately they knocked off their first hanging sample, leaving the field with a total of 0 hanging samples for the Red Alliance and now 5 hanging samples for the Blue Alliance, giving the Blue Alliance a strong start to this match. And with that, they're now off with 2 minutes on the clock right now, with the Blue Alliance having a strong start of 116 points to Red Alliance's 3. The Red Alliance is going to try to play catch-up here as the Red Alliance starts pushing samples to the human player to convert them into hanging samples. It seems as if we have lost connection with 22359. They're trying to get that fixed as soon as they can, but in the meantime, 11997 is doing everything that they can in order to start scoring their own points. On the blue side of things, we have team 23460 going to grab their first sample from within the submersible and give it to the human player. Now having a total of around 4 hanging samples to go at any given moment, with their alliance partners teams 9860 are going to grab those alliance neutral samples from within the field to now put into their box. We now have team 22359 back in the action. They're going to grab their first alliance neutral sample and hopefully score it into that lower bucket, with the Blue Alliance still going at a steady pace here, almost clearing out all of their alliance-specific samples within the center submersible. With a minute now on the clock, seems as if the Blue Alliance is not stopping with the relentless attack here. They're going to now start transitioning from grabbing samples from within to now hanging samples. Unfortunately, their first hanging sample was a little too aggressive, and they managed to drop it off. But the second one, they managed to do so beautifully. Team 9860 managed to grab that hanging sample that fell back to the human player, and they're now going to try to clip it right back on. Team 11997 is going to try now to score samples into that lower score zone. Meanwhile, their alliance partners seem to have disconnected again, but with 11997, they're going to try to catch up and make up for lost time. With these last few moments now, with 30 seconds left on the clock, the Blue Alliance is doing everything they can to really solidify this lead here, trying to clear out their hanging samples before the end of this match. Currently, no robots are in any position for any sort of hanging, but that may change here now as the Blue Alliance finish hanging all their samples. They might go for a hang, or they might go for another sample within the submersible. It seems as if they're going to go for the hang, so this might be our first second-tier hang. They do so beautifully. They got off the ground, and with that, that is now 2 seconds, 1 second. That is game. And that concludes match number 7 here on field number 1. We're taking it back to field number 2. Aurelie, please take it away.
All right, everybody. And we have score announcement. The Blue Alliance with the score of 228-13. We have the thumbs up, though, in 3, 2, 1, dive. And the match itself is still moving from the Blue Alliance to team 310 goes in for a sample. They just barely miss it, but I'm sure they'll pick it up during the autom period, or during the teleop period. They miss another one, but it's okay. They got this. And the match itself, we see some movement from the Red Alliance as they go ahead and then get ready to score a specimen on that high rung. Will they get it? And they do. Back on the Blue Alliance, we see team 22782 going in to go ahead and get a specimen. Will they get it? Only time will tell. Back Back down the Red Alliance, it seems they're going and making more and more specimen. They can't stop, won't stop.
Just a reminder for the teams that this event is self-queuing. There are no queuers. So make sure you get to the field on time because we will start the match without you.
Team 310 got the robot working again, and they go in and go into that submersible, getting ready to pick up a sample. Their alliance partner, Team 22782, goes in to score a specimen on that high rung, and they get it on. Team 310 again is going in to try scoring a sample of that high basket. Will they? The Red Alliance appears to be going in for another specimen, getting ready to score it on the high rung. But the Blue Alliance is matching the energies. They also get ready to score a specimen on that high rung, and they do. That's now 2 specimens on the high rung for both teams. What will happen? Team 310 goes in for another sample, and they score into that high basket. Their alliance partner gets his 3rd specimen on that high rung, but don't worry, the Red Alliance is also getting ready to get their next specimen. Their alliance partner gets another sample in that high basket. It seems Red's alliance partner is having a little bit of trouble right now, but they got it working. They got that alliance-colored sample, and they're getting ready to score into that observation zone. You know what that sound means, folks? It's endgame. You see Team 22782 not stopping for endgame and just keep getting more and more specimens. Team 310 drops a sample outside of the game zone. That's a penalty. Team 310 drops another alliance-colored sample into that high bucket. Maybe it'll cancel out that penalty for them. Team 310 keeps getting more and more samples as their alliance partner gets ready to go out and climb. On the Red Alliance, we get ready to see an ascent there. Will they get it? And that's 1 ascent from the Blue Alliance. This was a crazy game, guys. I'm going to have to hand it over to Adolfo, though.
And with that, we're now back over here on field number 1 for qualification match 9 of 38. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24047 with their alliance partners team 9371. On the red side of things, we have teams 22437 with their alliance partners team 28021.
Wait, are you announcing? I am. So, what are they doing? Might be assessing a yellow card. We're going to find out. Oh, yellow.
We do have a score announcement over here after this match on field number 2. There's a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 121-49. Okay, I think now we're set up over here on field number 1. So we're going to get our final checks in place now. Thumbs up all around from both teams and the head referee. So we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, the robots are off now with both Blue Alliance robots going for their autonomous cycles now. Team 24047 grabbing their first hanging sample into the submersible with their alliance partners, Team 9371, getting their first sample into that upper bucket. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, we have Team 22437. They managed to grab their first sample into that upper bucket. And that concludes our autonomous period as we now transition into teleop.
We're now queuing for match number 10. If you're playing on match number 10, please start going to overfield 2.
And with that, they're off now over here on field number 1, where we have both red and blue lines robots going for scoring, with team 22743 grabbing their first alliance specific sample from within the submersible, trying to make sure they do not grab the blue sample, with their alliance partner, meanwhile, team 28021 going for samples for the human player, trying to convert them into hanging samples. On the blue side of things, we have team 24047 trying to stockpile as many of those alliance specific samples as they can, while their alliance partner, team 29371, is trying to get rid of a sample from within the robot, making sure that they do not get any penalties for multiple possession. With a minute and 20 on the clock right now, the current score now being 39-67. The Red Alliance has a steady increase over here over the blue, and they're trying to make sure they keep that distance, trying to grab another one of those hanging samples from the human player, and then get to the top rung from the match. It is also important to remind everyone that if you're watching the matches or if you're on the field, you need to wear safety glasses at all times when you are here in this venue. If not, that could be a potential yellow card. Again, safety glasses required at all times. With now 45 seconds left on the match, we're getting closer to the end game period, with team 24047 adding their first hanging hand sample since the autonomous period into that upper rung. They're going to go for the second hanging sample as well, but the Red Alliance is responding as well with their own hanging samples, trying to increase that gap between them and the Blue Alliance. With the current score of 59-91, the Red Alliance is doing everything they can to ensure that they keep this gap between them and Blue, but the Blue Alliance will not take this line down, trying to grab as many samples as they can as the timer now runs dry with 15 seconds left before the end of this match. There currently seems to be no robots going for any sort of hang, but that may change here now as the Red Alliance seems to be positioning themselves for a park. With now 8 seconds left, we got a hang potential from the Red Alliance. Will they get the hang as we now move into 3 seconds of the match? They managed to get the hang off, and that is game! They got that last minute hang, leading us at a potential score of 86-99. We'll see what the referees say about this, and we'll be back with your match results. O'Reilly, please take it away.
All right, everyone, back here on field 2. We're getting ready for the next match. On the blue lines, we have team 27039, Black Knights, and team 24038, Canotics. Over there on the red alliance, we have team 20712, Kenny Donuts, and team 8088, Team Cephalopods. This is going to be a crazy matchup, guys.
Team 24038, please proceed to the field. Team 24038. Thank you.
And we have a score announcement. Get ready, guys. And the winner of qualification match number 9 is the Red Alliance with a score of 152-89.
We are now queuing for qualification match 11. If you are in match 11, please proceed to field 1. Thank you.
Attention all teams. This is a reminder that you must report to the field on time. If you do not report to the field on time, the match will begin without you.
You've got the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive. And the match takes off a decent movement from the Red Alliance team. 20712 goes and scores a specimen on that high rung. They ready to go to grab another, will they? They just narrowly miss it, but I'm sure they'll get this next specimen. We see team 8088 is geared up and ready to drop that sample in as soon as the teleop period kicks off. And the teleop period kicks off with some movement from the Blue Alliance as they get ready to go and grab those Alliance-colored samples. Team 8088 goes ahead and tries to get that sample out of their bot so they don't get flagged for overpossession. Then they reach into the submersible and grab an Alliance-colored sample. While their Alliance partner, Kenny Donuts, will then push some more samples into their observation zone and turn them into specimen. Over there in the Blue Alliance, they get ready to go and try scoring their first specimen of the game, will they? Back here in the Red Alliance, team 8088 goes and pushes their neutral-colored samples into their observation zone. Back here in Kenny Donuts, they go and keep turning more and more samples into specimens. While over there in blue, team 27039 is looking like they're ready to score a neutral-colored, a sample attached to a neutral. Anyways, here on the Red Alliance, we see team 20712 getting ready to score their second specimen of the game, will they? And they do. Their Alliance partners are looking to go and get ready to drop some more samples. Team 8088 is collecting them and then handing them off to Kenny Donuts. What great teamwork, guys. Back there in the Blue Alliance, they're looking like they're trying to line up and get ready to score the second specimen of the game. Only time will tell if they will. Their Alliance partners pushing more and more neutral-colored samples into their observation zone. And the Blue Alliance gets their second specimen of the game onto that high rung. Just in time, too, because that means it's endgame, guys. And we see Team Kenny Donuts getting ready to score more and more specimens onto that high rung. They just narrowly missed grabbing it, but I'm sure they'll get it. And the Blue Alliance gets their third specimen, now tying the amount of specimen that the Red Alliance has. But the Red Alliance fixes that real fast as they go and get their fourth specimen on that high rung. And now both Blue Alliance robots are getting ready to ascend. One of them achieves it, while the other one. But the Red Alliance is matching the energies. They also get ready to go and ascend. Will they get it in time? And that's match, folks. I'm going to hand you guys back over to Aldolfo now.
Don't drop it. That's expensive. It's a nice camera. Mike, Melody. Melody needs mic.
We have an announcement from the head referee. If I can find her. Oh, there she is.
You can announce it. Player contact with robot.
We are assessing a yellow card to team 20712 for robot contact with a human player. And with that, that's our final score for qualification 10 of 38. Final score being 52-83, making the Red Alliance the winner of that match. As we now move over here to field number 1, we have teams 23-5-13 with their alliance partners team 24-0-9-6. They'll be going up against team 27-0-3 and their alliance partners team 23-4-0-3. We're just waiting for final checks over here with our head referee, and then we will get this party started.
Attention teams, we are now queuing for qualification match 12. If you are in qualification match 12, please proceed to field 2. Thank you.
We have a thumbs up from all referees, so we can get started now in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, robots are now off. We have movement from both Red Alliance robots and both Blue Alliance robots, with the Red Alliance going for their first hanging sample, and the Blue Alliance going strong as well, trying to grab as many hanging samples as they can. They're going to go for their first hanging sample from their human player. They're going to put it into that top rung. Will they get the hang? They will try to drop it down. No, it seems as if they're positioning themselves for the teleop period. Meanwhile, on the red side of things, we have Team 23403 also positioning themselves for the teleop period. So as this teleop period starts, we're going to have 2 robots getting ready to hang their samples at any given moment. And they're off to the races with now both Red and Blue Alliance robots now starting to move, with Team 27003 going to go for the first sample into that lower bucket. Meanwhile, Team 23513, they managed to put their first hanging sample into that lower rung, making a total of 2 hanging samples for the Blue Alliance. Team 23403 is going to start with their attack. They're now going to start grabbing samples from within the submersible to try to feed to the human player. Meanwhile, Team 23513 also responding by trying to grab as many samples as they can. Their alliance partners, Team 24096, going to try to follow suit and grab as many of those samples as they can, but focusing on those alliance neutral samples to put into that top bucket. With the current score right now of 57-47, there's only a 10-point difference. This looks like it's going to be a very tight match, but we're going to have to wait and see who takes this round. With Team 27033 unfortunately dropping a sample outside of the field, they're going to try to go for another sample from within the submersible, with a minute and 7 now on the clock. With 23403 going to grab another of those alliance neutral samples, they now have stockpiled a total of 5 hanging samples, which they will be ready to use at any given moment. However, it seems as if 23513 is putting in the work here, make sure they can keep this lead against the Red Alliance, having a total of around 6 hanging samples from their human player ready to go at any given moment. Their alliance partners are focused right now on the neutral samples from within the zone, with Team 24096 going to grab another one of those neutral samples to keep stockpiling into that upper bucket, with the Blue Alliance having a lead with a total of 3 samples into that upper bucket in comparison to 4 samples in the Red Alliance's lower bucket. With that whistle is now the beginning of the end game period, where we have Team 23513 now trying to grab those samples and put them into the upper ring to really solidify their lead against the Red Alliance. While we also have their alliance partners, Team 24096, they're going to try to go for that early hang into that top rung with 12 seconds left now. We're going to have to wait and see if they manage to do so beautifully, but it seems that one of their linear sides is not able to catch on, but that doesn't matter because they're still going to try anyways. With 3 seconds left, we have the Red Alliance going for a successful hang, and that right there is game. And with that, we're going to have to wait and see what the head referee thinks about those last hangs, and we'll get you a score announcement very, very soon. Back to field number 2. Aurelie, please take it away.
All right, guys, let's get ready for qualification match number 12. On the blue lines, we have Team 14212, Metro Robotics, Team 4780, Robolution. And over there in the red alliance, we have Team 22359, Overclock, and Team 8721, Mighty Mechanics. And just like that, we have a score announcement for qualification match number 11. Hold tight, everybody. And that's a win for the Blue Lions with a score of 163 to 142.
Attention teams, we are now queuing for qualification match 13. If you are in qualification match 13, please report to field 1. Thank you.
We've got the sums up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! And the match kicks off. Decent move from the Blue Alliance as they go and score a sample in that high basket, while their Alliance partners go and pushes more Alliance-colored samples in their human player zone. And they go and score a specimen on that high rung, while their Alliance partner gets their second sample in that high basket. And they just narrowly miss their next specimen, but will they get the next one? And they just miss it again, but it's okay because their Alliance partner is getting sample after sample in that high basket. That was close, but they just get it in. And the match kicked off. See the Red Alliance getting ready to pick up the pace as they go and get one of their neutral colored samples and get ready to drop it into their high basket. Back here in the Blue Alliance, see that they're not stopping even after Autumn period as they get ready to go and drop a sample in that high basket. But it looks like a part fell off their robot. Team 4780 goes in and gets another specimen on high basket, but I don't know if that's clipped on all the way. Over there in the Red Alliance, we see Team Mighty Mechanics go in and get another sample in that high basket. Over there in the Blue Alliance, Team 4780 goes in for another specimen, and they just grab it. And they get that onto the high rung. Great job, guys. The partner alliance, Team 14212, goes in and drops another sample at high basket. Mighty Mechanics is matching that energy as they keep dropping sample after sample into their high basket. At the end of the day, we're going to see how useful these baskets are. Their partner alliance, Team 4780 on the Blue Alliance, is going and getting more and more samples and turning them into specimens. It seems the Red Alliance partner is having a little bit of trouble right now, but I'm sure they'll pick up the pace. Team 4780 gets ready to grab another specimen, and they do. They get ready to hook it on, and they do, but in that process, they go and drop a specimen off their rung. That's okay, because I don't think it was clipped on all the way anyway. Over there in the Red Alliance, we see the Mighty Mechanics keep getting more and more specimens in that high basket, now going in for their Alliance-colored specimens, because they're not being used for samples this match. Over here in the Blue Alliance, Team 14212 goes in and keeps dropping neutral-colored sample after neutral-colored sample into that basket. Well, Mighty Mechanics is matching that energy, though. That's how, that's endgame, guys. Will we see any ascents? Only time will tell. As we see Team 14780 go and getting another specimen on that high rung. Well, Team 14212 gears up for a hang. Will they get it? In the meantime, Mighty Mechanics goes in and gets more samples in that high basket. Team 14212 begins their ascent, and they get it. Great job, guys. But the Red Alliance won't stop either. They're doing an amazing job of getting those sample after sample. And just like that, guys, it's game. I'm going to give you guys back to Aldolfo now.
And with that, we're now moving back over here. I'm so sorry. We're moving back over here now on field number 1 for qualification match 13 of 38. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9860 Cheez-Its with their alliance partner, Team 2701, Team Lovelace. They'll be facing off Team 26195 Sit Saturn with their alliance partners, Team 310 Sty Fission. We're getting our final checks in place over here, while we also wait for our head referee as she makes her way over. And we will get started very shortly. We also have a score announcement for our last match. As our little robot helper analyzes the sample, it is a Blue Alliance victory, it tells us, with a final score of 233 to 137.
Attention teams, we are now queuing qualification match 14. If you are in qualification match 14, please proceed to the field.
All right, we get a thumbs up from the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. We're waiting for our final check. Thumbs up from the head referee as well. So we will get started in 3, 2, 1, go! A little delayed, but we did get started here. We have movement from our Blue Alliance robots, Team 20701, trying to go for the hanging sample, but unfortunately they did drop it within the submersible. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 9860, they're going to try to go for another upper bucket sample, which they do successfully. They're going to go for the third one as well. But in the meantime, we have Team 26195. They're going to try to go for those samples into our bucket. And with that, that basically concludes our autonomous period as we now wait for the beginning of our teleop. With a score right now of 29-8, Blue has a narrow lead here. But we'll see what happens as the robots now start moving. With now 2 minutes on the clock right now, the score has been set to 53-16. The Red Alliance is going to have to do a bit of hustling if they want to catch up to the Blue Alliance. Currently, we have team 26195 springing into action, grabbing those samples from before and putting them into that upper bucket. Their alliance partner 310 is following suit, trying to grab those samples and put it into the lower bucket. And they're working as a tag team here, making sure they fill these buckets to the brim. On the blue side of things, we have team 9860. They're going to try to grab samples into that upper bucket as well, with currently a total of 5 samples in that upper bucket in comparison to the Red Alliance's total of 4 samples in the upper bucket and 3 in the lower. With a minute and 30 seconds on the clock almost, the Blue Alliance is still holding a very wide lead here with a score of 92-28, but it seems the Red Alliance is catching up very quickly now as they keep adding samples into that upper and lower bucket, working as a team here, making sure that they cover each other. With a minute and 6 seconds left on the clock right now, the Blue Alliance is still going strong, adding samples into that upper bucket, while their alliance partner, team 20701, they're going to try to go for those hanging samples, adding samples to their human player. With 54 seconds on the clock right now, the Red Alliance is now starting to creep up from behind with a score of 121-88. The Red Alliance is doing everything they can to close that gap. We have 15 seconds before the beginning of the endgame period, so this game can go any which way right now as 310 tries to reconnect the robot. It seems as if right now the heavy lifting is being done by 26195, trying to make up for lost time. With now 30 seconds left on the match right now, with the score being 136-88, the Red Alliance is still going strong, making sure that they close that gap, but the Blue Alliance does not retreat, does not surrender, with team 9860 still trying to grab those samples from within the submersible into that upper bucket. Their alliance partner, team 20701, is also going to try to go for those hanging samples now. With 10 seconds left on the clock, it seems now the Blue Alliance is going to try to position themselves for a hang, but nope, they keep going for the sample score. With now 5 seconds left, there's going to be one robot trying to go for the hang, it seems right now. They got the hang out successfully, and that is a hang for the Red Alliance, and that is game right there. We're going to have to wait and see what the final score is, but with that, Redley, please take it away.
Mechatronics, please report to field 2. Mechatronics, 13368.
All right, guys, back here in field 2 for qualification match number 14, we have team 13368 Mechatronics and team 23463 Cis Mercury on the Blue Alliance. Oh, and we have a score announcement, guys. Get ready. And that's a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 174-163. What a close match. Back here for qualification match number 14, we have the Steel Titans and team 27003.
As a reminder, teams, we will be doing qualification matches through lunch. If you're in qualification match 15, please report to field 1. Again, we are doing qualification matches through lunch.
We've got the thumbs up, guys. So in 3, 2, 1, dive. And this match kicked off the Blue Line, so they go in and score a specimen on that high rung. Will they get a second? Only time will tell. They keep pushing more and more samples into their zone as their human player gets more specimens ready for them. They grab it. Will they get it on? And they do. That's 2 specimens for the Blue Alliance on that high rung. Will it be 3? And it is. Team 23463 will not stop. They just missed that 4th specimen, but I'm sure they're about to get it. And they do. That's now 4 specimens on that high rung. And now the Red Alliance is ready to go and pick up the pace as they go in and grab those samples that they didn't get during the autumn period, but they're going to match their energy, don't worry. The Blue Alliance is over here continuing what they did during the autumn period as they go to make more and more get more samples to turn them into specimens. Over there in the Red Alliance, see them going and grabbing more specimens and hanging them on the high rung. They just narrowly missed it, but I'm sure look at the next one. Over here on the blue line, see them going and pushing more and more samples into that observation zone. Well, back on the red line, see them going ready to pick up another sample. I'm sure they're going to get this one on. Their line partner goes and gets ready to drop a sample into that low basket. Back here on the blue line, see them going and turning more samples into specimens. They will not stop. Over there on the red line, see them trying to hang that specimen on that high rung. I'm sure they'll get it, and they do. That's their first specimen for the Red Alliance. Great job, guys. The other line partner gets another sample in that low basket. They will not stop with these baskets, guys. Over here, we see the blue line, see them turning more and more specimens. They have so many ready, guys. I don't know what's going to happen once they start hanging them, but it's going to be crazy. Back here in the red line, see them going and dropping more and more samples into that low basket. While their line partner gets their second specimen of that game onto that high rung. It seems like Team 13368 is over here trying to play a little bit of offense. Trying to stop that team from getting more specimens on. About 45 seconds in the game. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited for what's going to happen next. The red line gets their third specimen on that high rung. They're just killing it, guys. It seems blue alliance may have been having a little bit of trouble with DCing. There's maybe the red alliance chance to catch up, guys. And that's how it's endgame, folks. We go in and we see the red alliance going in and trying to get some samples out of the submersible. Well, over here in the blue alliance, you see them going in for a descent. Will they get it? It seems their wheels are stuck, but they may have enough motor power to get up. And they do. They get that ascent. Back here in the red alliance, you see them getting ready to go and score some more specimens on that high rung. And they get the fourth specimen onto that high rung. We see the red alliance maybe gearing up for a descent. Will they get it? And they do. That's both an ascent for both teams, guys. After such an action-packed match, I hope Aldolfo is ready for the next one.
And with that, we're now back over here on field number 1 for qualification match 15 of 38. On the blue lines, we have Team 4780 Rovolution with their alliance partners, Team 24047 Roboctopus. They'll be facing off against Team 24038 Trinotics with their alliance partners, Team 23513 INT Robotics. We also have a score announcement here for the last match that we just played. It is a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 116 to 150 points.
Red Alliance for qualification match 15. Please report to the field. Red Alliance for qualification match 15. Please report to the field. 24038 and 23513. Please report to the field. INT Robotics and Twills Robotics. Please report to the field. Your match is soon. Your match is starting. We are now queuing for qualification match 16. If you are in qualification match 16, please report to field 2. Again, we are playing through lunch.
All right, for everyone in the pits, once again, we are playing matches through lunch. There is no lunch break for the field. We're continuing playing matches. So if you're playing match 16, 17, 18, 19, we're continuing to play. So make sure you are queuing for your match on time. Once everyone at the field is ready and your team is not there, we'll start the match without you. So keep track of which match we're playing and show up to your matches on time. We don't have queuers, it's self-queue. Thank you, enjoy your lunch.
No lunch. No lunch. I would like to also have a friendly reminder. Anyone who's playing in match 16, please start queuing at field number 2. Again, anyone playing for match 16, please queue to field number 2. Thank you. All right, we got a thumbs up all around, especially for the head referee, so we can get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, we now have the robots running to the races with the blue alliance going for those human player samples immediately, with the red alliance also following suit. With team 23513 going to grab their first hanging sample, with 4780 also trying to respond. They're going to grab their first hanging sample as well, now bringing a total of 1 hanging sample for the blue alliance and 3 hanging samples for the red alliance, giving the red alliance a very nice edge here as we begin this match. With 5 seconds left before the beginning of the tally-up period, we now have robots at a standstill as we are now going to commence this match. And with that, they're off now, with robots now moving on all sides of the field. We have moving from 23513 trying to go for those alliance-specific samples in the center of the submersible, with team 4780 also responding, trying to stockpile as many of those samples as they can. Team 24038 going to grab those alliance-neutral samples and score them in the lower scoring zone of their bucket area. With a score right now of 46 to 100, the Red Alliance has a very comfortable lead against the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance is going to start to now put in the work to make sure that they're able to catch up. The Red Alliance is aggressive with their scoring right now, it seems, trying to grab as many samples as they can, keeping the pressure on the Blue Alliance to make sure that they do not close the gap. But the Blue Alliance is not taking this lightly as they now keep trying to score samples into that upper rung. With a minute and 10 seconds now on the match, we seems to be having a very close match here, but the Red Alliance doing everything that they can in order to keep the pressure on the Blue Alliance. With the score being 71 to 100, the gap is getting ever so slightly closer, but the Red Alliance is now going to start scoring all of their stockpiled hanging samples now, with now 45 seconds on the match. Current score being 101 to 100. The Blue Alliance is now starting to really catch up against the Red, but the Red Alliance is not taking this lightly as they now start scoring all of their hanging samples with a total of around 6 hanging samples to their name, bumping up their score to 126. With 30 seconds left on the match right now, we now have movement from all robots here, trying to get those final score points as time inches ever closer to that 0. With 123 to 151, the Red Alliance is going to take this match, it seems, but the Blue Alliance is not giving up as they keep going, keep scoring, and they have the chance to close this gap right here. With 5 seconds left in the match, they're going to go for another hang with the hanging as well. One of the robots, will they get their hang off in time? They do not, but that is game. We have to wait and see what this final score will be.
Team 20701, please report to the field. Once again, team 20701. Thank you.
We have a score announcement here on field number 1, but we do have an announcement before that. a yellow card is being assessed to team 24047 for violation of rule G405, switching between the teleop and autonomous period. Because this is their second yellow card, unfortunately, it does turn into a red card for team 24047. Clean it up.
Yeah, here, take it away.
Attention teams, in qualification match 17, please report to field 1. Team 22782, team 9371, team 8721, team 24096.
We have the thumbs up, guys. So in 3,
Please report to
2,
field
1, dive. And our match off with team 20701 just narrowly missed that specimen. But look at the next one. As their line partner, team 8088, goes and scores that sample in that high basket. They go in for that second sample, and they just narrowly miss it. But I'm sure look at the next one. And they just narrowly missed that one, too. But it's okay. They'll get it during the teleop period. They try and get it going for that third one. Again, just barely miss it. But they'll get the next one, guys. And that kicks off our teleop period. As we see team 8088 going in and try and reach into that submersible to grind and grab specimen. But the blue line's just slamming into them. Looks like they're trying to play a little bit of offense or defense. Can't quite tell. But they go ahead and grab those neutral colored samples and push them towards their area. Team 8088 going and reach the submersible to try and grab some alliance colored samples and drop them into that high basket. And they get another one in. They can't stop, won't stop, guys. It seems the Blue Alliance has practically parked inside of their inside of the Red Alliance's net zone. We see team 20701 getting ready to go in and push those Red Alliance samples towards their human player zone and start turning them into specimens. We see team 13334 now getting their robot working as they go and try and reach into the submersible to pick up a sample. Team 8088 goes and gets another Alliance colored sample into their high bucket. Team 20701 goes and gears up, getting ready to score a specimen on that high rung. Team 13334 is trying to reach that submersible, or just park, as it appears their claw may not be working as intended. Team 8088 goes and scores another sample of that high basket. They just can't stop, guys. With around 45 seconds left in the game, we see 20701 get their first specimen onto that high rung. That's our first specimen of the game, guys. As we see Team 8088 go and get another sample of that high basket. Team 20701 looks like they're getting ready to go and score another specimen on that high rung. Will they? With about 30 seconds left, things are really coming down to the last edge here, guys. We see Team 8088 go and keep scoring more samples on that high rung. In that high basket, as Team 20701 gets ready, they're gearing up to go in and get, and they're trying to get that next specimen on. They drop it. They just miss it, but I'm sure they'll get the next one. And we see Team 8088 go to reach the submersible to grab another sample before the time ends. Will they? Only time will tell. We go and see them get an ascent. Their alliance partner, Team 20701, also wants to get an ascent. The time runs out just before they can. I'm going to hand you guys back to Aldolfo now.
We are assessing a yellow card to team 22359 for a total of 7 major penalties. Red robot is protected on the net zone. Contact with a robot in the net zone is a major foul. Contact with a robot in the ascent zone in the last 30 seconds is a major foul. Every single contact was a major foul. Total of 7 major fouls and a yellow card.
Teams playing in qualification match number 17, Mighty Mechanics, 2 Train Robotics, USS Nova, and General Relativity. Please report to field number 1.
We do have a score announcement after that last match. As the sample is being analyzed, it tells us that it is a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 19-278, marking this as the event high score for teams 8080 and 2070-01.
Team 22782 and Team 9371, please report to field 1.
Team 22782, please report to field number 1. 22782. We are up for match number 17 now.
We are also now queuing for qualification match number 18. If you're playing qualification match number 18, please report to field 2.
All right, and with that, we have our final checks over here for this match. Thumbs up from the head referee, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, they're off now with Team 9371 going to grab their first sample and put it into that lower bucket successfully. Meanwhile, on the blue side of things, there really is no movement. 9371 going to try to go another Alliance neutral sample, but that's pretty much it. So we'll wait the next 10 seconds, and then we'll get into the teleop period. And with that, now there's 2 minutes on the clock right now with robots now springing into life with Team 8721 going to try to grab their first preload sample, and they're going to put it successfully into that upper bucket. Meanwhile, on the red side of things, we have Team 9371. They're going to try to put their sample into their bucket loading system to try to score into that lower bucket. 8721 is going to keep trying to score as much as they can into that upper bucket. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, Team 24096, are going to try to grab those alliance-specific samples and put them towards their human player. With the time right now of 1:29 on the clock right now, the Blue Alliance has a steady lead over the Red with a score of 40-8. Red Alliance is doing everything they can, however, in order to keep up with the Blue Alliance, adding the more alliance neutral samples into that lower bucket. We have 8721 adding more samples of their Alliance-specific samples now into the upper bucket with their Alliance partner team 24096 also now jumping into the fray to add a sample into that lower bucket. Team 8721 going to keep adding and keep scoring and clearing out this submersible in a very fast fashion. We now have Team 9371 also going to try their hand at the submersible game, grabbing samples from within the submersible as time now inches closer to the beginning of that end game period. 8721 working with their partner, tag teaming these bucket systems here while they focus on the top buckets. 24096 going to try to focus on those lower buckets. Meanwhile, 9371 still going strong with the scoring of those Alliance neutral samples. With 30 seconds left now on the clock, the score being 122. The Blue Alliance is going to make sure they increase this score gap now, but the Red Alliance is not taking this line down, fighting back till the end now. With 20 seconds left on the clock, they're doing everything they can to ensure they do not go out lying down. They go out swinging. With 15 seconds now, we seem to have a hanging attempt from the Blue Alliance, which they managed to get the first layer hang successfully. So that's going to count for that first layer hang. With now 5 seconds left on the clock, that seems to be it for this match. And with that, we'll get you the score result very soon. In the meantime, we'll take it back to field number 2. Areli, please take it away.
All right, back here.
You want me to test it?
Hi.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, zone out.
And we have a score announcement.
Yeah. Test 1, 2.
Hello.
Attention teams.
We have the
are
thumbs up
now-
from the head referee. So in 3, 2, 1, dive. And our match kicks off with some immediate movement from the from the Blue Alliance as they go ahead and score onto the high rung. They're ready to get their second specimen on that high rung, and they're going crazy for it. The Red Alliance also has their first specimen on that high rung, but the Blue Alliance isn't stopping as they go ahead and get ready to get their third specimen on there. Will they? And they do. They get their, ooh, they just missed getting that third specimen on. And this match kicks off as we go and see some immediate movement from the Blue Line, or from the Blue Line, so they go and get ready to score another specimen on there. And they get their third specimen on that high rung. Over there on the Red Line, see them going ahead and scoring a sample in that high basket.
Attention teams, would Miles Reed from Churchill School
The Blue Line goes and gets ready to score another specimen on that high rung, will they? They also get ready to go and score a sample in that high basket. Over here on the Blue Alliance, them going to get ready to score reach to the submersible to get another sample. Back on the Red Alliance, they keep scoring sample after sample in that high basket.
Once again, we are paging Miles Reed from Churchill High School to come to the main table. Thank you.
Test 1, 2.
Microphone sounds really low. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
it's
because we cannot make it out because something going on in this room. Oh, yeah. So I'm have to get it over. Sorry.
Your ID. Don't forget, buddy. It's loud because there's something wrong with the audio system, so he had to lower it. Because of course there is. So I guess just focus with that thing. Oh, the why?
We see the Blue Alliance get ready to score another sample of that high basket. Back there, and then the Red Alliance gets another. Blue Alliance gets another specimen on that high rung. The Red Alliance gets ready to score another specimen on that high rung, and they do. This match is neck and neck, but we'll find out who won in a few minutes.
So they had to the audio system. So he had to lower it. So now we're basically just like. So I basically gotta like yell into this thing. Huh? No, not well, kind of, but you know. We'll see what happens. What happened with the audio system? He had to lower it. And with the conclusion of that match, we're now moving on to qualification match 18 of 38 here. No, 17 of 38 on field number 1. No, 19 of 38 on field number 1 while we're waiting for our head referees to finish up. We do have a score announcement over here. Seems to be a new score here for match 16. It's a score of 19 of 278 for qualification match 16. It is an event high score now. We will get our score for 17 soon. That's not y'all. Okay, for qualification 18 of 38, we now have a winner here with the Blue Alliance falling short, with the Red Alliance winning with a score of 163.
If you're in qualification match 20, please queue now. Thank you.
Back over here on field number 1, we have team 27039 with their alliance partner team 27003. They'll be facing off against team 14212 and their alliance partner team 26195. We have a thumbs up from the head referee, so we are good to get started now in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, we now have movement from robots on the field here, with the Blue Alliance going to go for the first hanging sample, which they do so beautifully. With team now 14212, they're also going to try to follow suit, as they now add a second sample into that upper bucket. With 15 seconds now on the match, the score being 10 to 16, or 15 seconds up before the beginning of the teleop period. The score right now is 10 to 16, with the Red Alliance having a edge over the Blue Alliance. And with that, they're off now with 2 minutes on the clock right now. Current score being 20 to 32, with the Red having a lead here of about 10 points. But robots are now starting to move and make sure they increase those scores on each respective side, with now the scores being tied up at 40-40. So this could be really anybody's game here. 14212 is going to focus on those line-specific samples, going to try to feed them to their human player to make sure that they have enough hanging samples for afterwards. Their alliance partner team 26195 going to try to focus on those upper buckets, trying to grab as many of those samples as they can into that upper bucket. On the blue side of things, we have team 27003 focusing their efforts on that lower bucket, while their alliance partner team 27039 is going to grab those samples from the human player and put it into the upper rung. We have 14212 responding to the Blue Alliance's hanging samples with their own now, trying to add their second hanging sample into that upper rung, while their alliance partner team 26195 is doing everything they can to keep the pressure up in those upper buckets. With now a time of a minute left on the clock, the score being 67 to 113, the Red Alliance is doing everything they can to put the pressure on the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance is doing well to respond by introducing their own hanging samples as well. With 49 seconds left before the end of this match, we still have teams going for those samples within the submersible, not stopping the scoring efforts of both Red and Blue Alliance. With the Red Lions having a comfortable lead now, 14212 is going to try to get their third hanging sample now onto that upper rung, but it seems as if they're having a bit of issues doing so, but they managed to do so beautifully now as we now enter the end game period here. With 25 seconds left on the clock right now, the Red Alliance is comfortably ahead of the Blue Alliance, where they seem to have slowed down a bit, but 26195 is doing everything it can to keep scoring into that upper bucket. With 15 seconds left, now we have robots going for the hang on both respective sides, with both Blue Alliance robots now hanging successfully. Red Alliance is going to go for their own hang now. With 5 seconds left in the match, will both robots get the hang as well? 1 second, both robots do manage to get the hang, with a total of 4 hanging robots. That will conclude this match. And with the end of this match, we'll get you to score results soon. But for now, we'll take it back to field number 2. Aurelie, please take it away.
Can you announce the names of the teams that are in there?
What is this, 20?
For qualification match 20, I would like to remind teams 23463, teams 310, 24038, and 8721 to make their way to the fields as soon as they can. Again, this is teams 23463, 310, 24038, and 8721. Aurelie, please take it away.
We have a score announcement for qualification match number 19. It goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 188 to 121.
Lisa needs to make you. Did you do the announcement for Lisa? Something about presentations at 1, 2. Volunteers are coming around. Make sure students are at the table. Do you want me to get Victor? You could ask her. Lisa, yeah, sorry. Mo!
We are looking for team 23463. The match is about to begin and you are not on the field. We would like for you to join us. Team 23463.
We've got the thumbs up. So in 3, 2, 1, dive. And the match goes to the movement from the Mighty Mechanics as they go and get a sample in that high basket. Over there on the red line, see them going to push more and more samples into their human player zone and turn them into specimens. The partner alliance team 310 goes in and gets ready to pour more samples in that high basket. And the red line scores their third specimen onto that high rung. They are ready, and that's their fourth specimen on that high rung. Great work, guys. You're waiting for their fifth, and that's 5. And this teleop period kicked off, so you see some movement from the blue lines as the Mighty Mechanics goes on to score some more sample in their high basket. The Red Alliance team 23463 reaches into the submersible and goes in and scores more and gets more lines colored samples. Back here on the blue lines, 8721 keeps getting sample after sample in that high basket, while their partner alliance appears to be having a little bit of trouble getting started up. On the Red Alliance team 310 reaches into the submersible to try and pick up a sample from inside. 8721 will not stop with these buckets. We have a buckets versus specimen match here, guys. Over here on the blue lines, team 8721 score another sample in that high basket, while team 23463 goes in and reaches into the submersible and gets another sample. Team 8721 goes in and gets another sample out of the basket. They just keep getting sample after sample, guys. There's not much to say besides more and more samples. This time, they're getting a line color sample in, realizing that the partner line isn't really going to get many samples this match. Now they're able to go for these line color samples to get more points in that high basket. Over here on the Red Alliance team, getting ready to score all the specimens they got ready during the teleop period. They go and get a sample on that high rung. They go in for their next one. That's another specimen on that high rung. While team 8721 goes in and they get another sample in that high basket. Red Alliance gets another specimen on there. Specimen after specimen, sample after sample here, guys. They just will not stop for anything. And with 30 seconds left, that means it's endgame, folks. With team 8721 reaching into the submersible to go ahead and grab a sample. While the Red Alliance just gets another specimen on there. They're going to run out of room here soon, guys. Back here in the blue Alliance, 8721 is ready to get another sample on there, but gets stuck inside of their robot. They're going to have to figure out how to pick it up in time. 10 seconds left, guys. It seems the Red Alliance is going to try and go in for an ascent. Will they get it in time? Only time will tell. And they get that ascent, guys.
We are assessing a yellow card to Team 310 for the violation of Rule G405. Second instance of G405, that's a yellow card.
This is a reminder that we have qualification matches going through lunch, so please come if you're in qualification match number 20. Teams 22359, 9860, 24096, and 20712. You are being queued for qualification match number 21. Please make your way to the field.
What is it again? You have the names. What's the next one? So this is 21. We get 22.
It's a reminder that
Attention
qualification
teams,
match.
if you're in qualification match 22, please proceed to the field. Once again, if you're in qualification match 22, please proceed to the field. Thank you.
And for qualification match number 21, we are missing Team Lovelace, Team Overclock.
few matches. I'm gonna go get lunch and then we'll swap out, okay? Huh? Okay.
We are also missing Team 2 Train Robotics. Please make your way to Field 1.
Lovelace, 2 Train, and Overclock. Make it to the field now, please. Your match is soon. Sorry, 2 Train. Right, okay. Kenny Donuts, please send a representative to the field. Overclock, please send a representative to the field. Once again, Overclock, please send 1 representative to the field. Thank you. Good question. 21. Can you read out the 22? 1 for 22? Not into the mic. Just tell me which one. 9422 is. Sorry? 1412 Metro. So Metrobotics. So it's like they're all 2, 3 of it. What is that? Okay. I don't know conductors. 28021 Steel Titans. Spence Lightsabers, Metrobotics, Code Conductors, and Steel Titans, please proceed to the field for queuing. Thank you.
All right, so in 3, 2, 1, dive. And Smash thoughts we see me meme from Cheez-Its as they go ahead and get a sample in that high basket. Over here in the blue lines, we see them go ahead and get a sample in their high basket. Oh, they actually just miss it, but they still got it into their net zone, so it's still points, guys. Cheez-Its is ready to get another sample in that high basket, and they do. Will they get a third one in? We're about to see, guys. And that is all the samples into that high basket. And as match kicked off, you see Cheez-Its go ahead and go nuts submersible to try and pick up some more samples to drop them in that high basket. You know they roll, guys. Back here on the blue line, see them reaching for a sample as well to go ahead and try dropping it into a basket. Well, they got it in. They drop it in that net zone. Their line partners going in for those Alliance Colors samples and bringing them over to the players. Going to turn them into some specimens for them. Back there on the orange, on the red Alliance, you see the Gear Masters go ahead and drop an Alliance Colors sample into that high basket. And into the low basket as well, switching it up on us. Team 240096 reaching the submersible to grab an Alliance Colors sample. Correction, they're going in for a neutral colored sample. Over here, we see Kenny Donuts going in to try and hang that specimen. Will they? Back on red, Gear Masters just keeps getting more and more samples in that high basket. They just can't stop. The blue alliance is over here. They're getting ready to go and hang that specimen, or just keep pushing them into the net zone. Kenny Donuts appears to be having a little bit of trouble right now, but they're going to get it working. Don't worry, guys. Cheez-It gets another sample of that high basket. They're going to fill that thing up soon, guys. With around 45 seconds left in the game, they go and get an Alliance-colored sample into that high basket. We see that team 24096 is over here getting ready to drop another sample into that net zone. And Cheez-Its goes and gets ready to try and pick up another sample. They're extending their slides. Maybe we're going to see an ascent this around, guys. And with that, it is endgame, folks. This is team 2496. Go ahead and get ready to do an ascent. They go for that. They're going to go for that level 3 ascent. Will they get it, guys? Meanwhile, Gearmaster is going in for those Alliance Colors sample and dropping them in that high basket with just a little bit of time left. They go in for the next one. They get it. Their coach doing their job right there, guys. And they're going to drop it. And they're getting ready more with like around 2 seconds left. Will they get it in time? That's match, everybody.
That's 22 all queued up. Perfect. Now we need a good 22. Sean. What's the yellow card? What's the yellow card?
And we've got a score announcement for match number 21. This is a victory for the Red Alliance. They scored 23-21.
Teams in qualification match 23, please proceed to the field. Once again, if you're in qualification match 23, please proceed to the field.
What? Okay. Dive. Just, it's already on? Okay, it's just low. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Gotcha. Okay. Introduce the teams first. Okay.
They're taking the volunteers.
Sadly. No, I wanted to MC. This isn't MC. No, MC is like introduce people, talk a little bit. Not game announce.
You do both jobs.
In NYC. Where's
Yeah.
1 and 2. Field, this is NYC. Sorry.
Attention teams.
We got our thumbs up, and let's get started in 3, 2. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Correction. Good. All right, ready now in 3, 2, 1, dive. We got moving robots on both sides with 1 on the red team, 14-12, scoring almost 2. Do they score? They do. On the blue side, we have 1 scored in the low bucket. The Red Alliance goes for a 3rd bucket on top, and they score it. We go for a 4th, and we score it. In 3, 2, 1, Autonomous is over with 4 points for the blue side and 32 for the red side. Okay, movement from the blue side and the red side trying to grab a sample. Freaking out. 14-12, trying to score a yellow in the high bucket, and they score it. 2-8-0-2-1, grabbing a specimen from the blue human side station, trying to score their specimen on the high side. Trying once, it falls. 14-12, trying to have a 6th sample on the high bucket, and they get it. With the blue side trying to score their specimen, and they do. Oh, my goodness. Currently, we have a 8-point in the blue side and 93 points on the red side with a minute left to go. Oh, I don't know. This is, yeah, I'm trying. Lord. Oh. Where is this going? Dude, I don't know what to. I don't know. We have 3 specimens scored on the blue side, and 14-2-12 going for yet another high bucket. With 28 seconds left in the match, this is the end game. Teams are trying to score as much points as they can get for their alliance, with high buckets on the red side and specimens being scored on the blue side. 14-2-12 is trying to climb, and they are off the ground, with the blue side also off the ground. We have 1 robot on each alliance climbed for their end match. And that's it, folks. Waiting for the game points reveal. What's it called?
And we have the results for qualification match number 22. And it's a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 129-72.
Attention teams, in qualification match 24, please proceed to the field. Once again, if you're in qualification match 24, please proceed to the field. Thank you.
We have a thumbs up from the head ref. So in 3, 2, 1, dive. And the Tana Spirit kicks off with decent movement from the Red Alliance as they go and get a specimen onto that high rung. Over there in the Blue Alliance, they have to get a sample in that high basket. The Red Alliance goes and gets ready to pick up another sample or specimen. Will they get it on? And they do. That's another specimen scored by INT Robotics. Will they get the third? And they do. But will they get a fourth is the real question here, guys. And that is 4 specimens scored by INT Robotics on that high rung. There might be a fifth, though. And Teleop here kicks off with the INT reaching to that submersible to try grabbing another sample. Over there in the blue line, see them reaching to grab a neutral color sample and drop it into that high basket. And they get that in. That's 2 samples into the high basket for the blue team. Their line partner is also trying to go up and push some more samples into their human player zone. Over there in the Red Alliance, we see the other INT's partner line, Team 27039, getting ready to score some more neutral samples into that low basket. They narrowly missed, but they'll get the next one. INT is getting more and more Red Alliance colored samples and turning them into specimen, so that way they can score them closer to the end game. Back there in the Blue Alliance, they're getting more and more samples in that high basket. The Blue Alliance is also making their fair share of specimen, though. Don't count them out now, guys. They can clutch up in the end. 27039 is getting another sample into that low basket. It seems there's right now a battle in the submersible to try and grab their proper Alliance color samples in time. INT reaches in, getting ready to get it. They're sort of in a face-off against the Blue Alliance right now. The Blue Alliance gets that neutral colored sample in, though, with about 50 seconds left in this match. INT goes and starts making some more specimens. Oh, and they're getting ready to score some of them that they prepared. They get another specimen on there. They go in for another specimen, and they just narrowly miss it, but it's okay. Over there in the Blue Alliance, they get ready to score a specimen as well, but INT scores one simultaneously. Over there, the Red Alliance, they go in and get one in that hollow basket. And that's how it means it's endgame, folks. That means it's time for the teams to lock in and score their specimens and get their ascents. INT just keeps scoring more and more species, so the Blue Lions is trying to get some last-minute samples in before the round ends, trying to make use of that high basket. And INT gets their last specimen on there. Will they have time to ascend? Only time will tell. And the Red Lion gets an ascent. Will the Blue Lions get an ascent in time? We'll see. And that's match, folks. And we have a score announcement. The winner of qualification match number 23 is the Red Lions with a score of 190 to 110.
Attention teams, if you're in qualification match 25, please proceed to the field. Once again, if you're in qualification match 25, please proceed to the field.
And we have a thumbs up from our head ref. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1, dive. We start with our autonomous, and we have the red scoring a yellow specimen in their high basket. Same thing with their blue side over here. And 24047 trying to score a specimen, yet they didn't. We have 8088 scoring a third sample. And we will have our autonomous ending in 3, 2, 1. We have 24 points on the red side with 16 points on the blue side. Teams will try to face off and get as many points as they can get this round. Let's see how good they will do. 8088 going for a yellow specimen, and they picked up 26195, scoring a high sample in their bucket, stealing one from the red side. 8088 scoring a sample in their high basket with 22782 scoring a specimen. Never mind, it falls down. 26195 scoring in their high basket as well, along with 8088. They're cycling. They're trying to get as many points as they could get. It's 79 to 77 points right now with 1 minute and 24 seconds left on this match. 26195 scoring high buckets with their team trying to get samples in their human player stations so they could get their specimens. 8088 is also trying to get as many points as they can get in their high basket with 24047 trying to cycle samples to them. We have two very good teams scoring their samples in their high buckets with Sith Saturn scoring as many as they can get in their high bucket along with 8088. These teams are awesome in their high basket. 24047 bringing more samples for 8088 to score, and Sith Saturn still scoring more buckets, and they get it. 22782 just scored a specimen on their high. These teams are heated. We have 10 seconds left in this match. Can people climb? Can people climb? 88 off the ground and lifted. 22782 also off the ground and lifted. We'll see if that counts. We'll be back with the results. This is harder than I expected. I give you guys so much props. You guys are awesome. That shit is stressful.
And we have a score announcement. Hold tight, guys. That match goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 215 to 158.
Attention teams, in qualification match 26, please proceed to the field. Once again, qualification match 26, please proceed to the field. Thank you.
We have the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! Semi medium movement as the blue line just narrowly missed getting a specimen, but the partner line gets a sample of that high basket. Over here, team 4780 gets their specimen, and will they hang it? Yes, yes they do. That's one specimen for the Red Alliance. They just narrowly missed that next specimen. Will they get will they get a second? They get that second specimen on. Maybe. And they just narrowly missed that third specimen, but they'll get it during the teleop period, guys. And the teleop period kicks off. We see some immediate movement from the blue line, so they go and get ready to pick up those aligned color sample or neutral color samples. Over here on the red line, team 4780 getting ready to go to make some more specimens by reaching to the submersible. Their line partner is pushing more and more neutral colored samples into their net zone. Meanwhile, the blue line is scoring more samples into that high bucket. Team 2 there, 7 there, 1 appears to be getting ready for to score a sample score a specimen onto their high rung. But 4780 gets another specimen onto that high rung, guys. Hopefully, Lovelace can match that energy. Team 9371 gets another sample of that high basket. They can't stop over here, guys. Meanwhile, 4780 reaches into the submersible and gets another Red Alliance colored sample and gets ready to turn that into a specimen. Shooting it out simultaneously after grabbing it. They get another specimen on, but they knock off one in the process. And they get another one on. Lovely gets ready to get a specimen on. Will they get it? And that's another. They just missed getting that specimen on, guys. They'll get the next one. 50 seconds left in this match. Let's see what happens. Team 1197 gets ready to get a specimen onto that high rung. Will they get it? And they do. Lovely gets ready to get that specimen on. Let's see if they get this one. Meanwhile, 93571 reaches into the submersible. Getting ready to get that neutral color sample. That sound means it's endgame, folks. And Lovely did get that specimen on. That's 2 specimens for the blue alliances. Meanwhile, 11997 gets another specimen onto that high rung. 2 there, 7 there, 1 appears to be getting ready to ascend. Will they get it? 4780 gets another specimen on, but knocks one off in the process. 10 seconds left in this match, folks. Will we see an ascent? And we see an ascent from the Blue Alliance.
Before we announce the scores for last match, we have a yellow card. Yellow card is being assessed to Team 4780 for violation of G419, contacting the robot, human player contacting the robot. All right, let's see the results.
And we have a score announcement, guys. This match goes to the Red Alliance. They score of 103 to 86.
Go get you some lunch. It's down to
Hi, Mom.
Okay, go get you lunch. And we're back over here on field number 2 for qualification match 26 of 38. On the blue alliance, we have team 22359 Overclock with their alliance partners team 22437 Demon Dogs. They'll be facing off against team 27003 Churchill Hawks with their alliance partners team 310 Sty Fission. We're waiting for our final checks right now from our referees, but we hope to get started soon. And I would like to kindly ask
We are now
that team, what team is this? Yeah, team 22359, if they can make their way to the field, it'd be greatly appreciated. Again, team 22359, final call. Unfortunately, we're going to get started with this match. We have a thumbs up from the head referee, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, we have movement from all robots here on the field with the Red Alliance going strong with 310 going for their first aligned neutral sample. They're going to go into the upper bucket, but unfortunately it did fall out the field. They're going to try one more time. They're going to put a second sample into that bucket, which they do so successfully. Meanwhile, on the blue side of things, we have team 22437 trying to reconnect the robot right now, but they managed to successfully add a single sample into that upper bucket. Right now, the score being 8-8, it seems like it's going to be tied as we now move into this tally-out period. With the buzzer now hitting, we're now transitioning into that tally-out period. And they're off with 2 minutes on the clock right now. Current score being 31-16. The Blue Alliance having a very comfortable lead over the Red Alliance, with team 22437 doing their best to be as aggressive as they can to make sure that they do not allow the Red Alliance to close the gap between them and their score of 54 points. They're going inside the submersible right now, trying to grab as many Alliance neutral samples as they can to score into the upper bucket. Meanwhile, on the red side of things, we have Team 310 trying to let go of one of their samples as they grabbed one too many right now to make sure that they do not get any penalties. Meanwhile, their Alliance partners, Team 27003, they grab samples for their hanging submersible side, grabbing 2 hanging samples now and putting them nicely into that upper rung. With the score now of 70-36, the Blue Alliance is doing everything they can to hustle, with Team 22437 still doing their best to grab as many of those Alliance neutral samples and put it into their top box now, bringing their total to around 5 samples into the top box. It seems as if there seems to be sort of a deconnection with 310 as he tried to get their robot back up and moving, but in the meantime, their Alliance partner team 27003, they're doing their best to keep the pressure on the Blue Alliance right now as they grab more hanging samples from their human player. 310 is now springing back into action, having scored another sample into that lower zone. They're going to try to get their gearing sorted out as they now move their way back into the submersible with 40 seconds left on the match. Team 22437 now grabbing another one of those Alliance neutral samples and putting it into the top bucket right now, making sure that they align themselves perfectly for this, and they're going to back off for now and retry that as now we enter into the end game period with 25 seconds left before this match ends, with Blue having a comfortable 94-68 lead right now. But it seems as if the Red Alliance is going to try to tap out early here with 310 going for the upper level hang. With 15 seconds left, we're going to see if they're going to be able to lift their robot off the field with their Alliance partners team 27003. Also going to try to go for the park with 7 seconds left. 22437 going to try to go for one more sample, but no, they're going to call it quits here. 2 hangs from the Red Alliance, and with that, that closes this match here. Beautiful, stellar performance from both teams. We're going to have to wait and see what the referee says. In the meantime, we'll go back over there in field number 1, and we'll be back with your results soon. Just keep topping.
We are assessing a yellow card to 310 for violation of Rule G405. That's switching between auto and teleop. Because this is their second yellow card, this escalates to a red card.
No, what I'm seeing you do is like you're talking about a team and then you're moving and you're talking about them and then you go talk about another team and then another team. You know what? That's what happened. Oh, amazing.
And with that, we now have a score announcement here. It's a Red Alliance victory for match 26 of 38 with a very close score difference of 94-98. Now back over here on field number 1, we have on the Blue Alliance team 80-88 with their alliance partners teams 1-4-2-1-2. They'll be facing off the Red Alliance team 98-60 and their alliance partners teams 1-3-3-6-8. We also have another score announcement here, it seems. It is a Red Alliance victory for match 26 of 28. Oh, we just had to tweak it, but we're good. Still, Red Alliance wins. Congratulations. We're waiting for final checks over here from our head referees. We have a thumbs up from the head referee, so we're good to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, we now have a start from Red and Blue Alliance with Team 80-88 going to go for the upper bucket. Team 9860 is going to respond by also going to try to go for that upper bucket sample. Currently, 80-88 is going to try to grab those preloaded samples, but unfortunately, not one has been able to connect so far. They're going to try to go for their third sample right now. They unfortunately missed it too by just the slightest margin. And with that, that basically concludes our autonomous period as we now transition into teleoperational. And with that, 2 minutes on the clock right now, with the score being 16-16, it is evenly matched right now as all robots are moving on the field. We have teams 1-3-3-6-8 going to go for a hanging sample into that upper rung now, feeding their human player more of those samples. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, team 9860, is going to try to grab those samples that they missed before, adding them to their upper bucket collection right now. The Blue Alliance is going to try to respond with 1-4-2-1-2, going for a hanging sample here on the upper rung as well, having clipped on their first sample as well, bringing the total hanging samples 1-1. Their alliance partners team 80-88 going to try to grab samples from within the submersible structure as well, filling up that upper bucket to counter 9860. Both of these titans doing their best to outwit each other and outspeed each other in this game of contention. As we now transition back over here on the field with 56 seconds left on the clock right now, it is a very close match with Blue Alliance having 97 points to Red's 102. This could be anyone's game as both robots here are very good at cycling at that upper bucket, with their respective partners also doing great with the hanging samples. The Red Alliance has a narrow margin it seems in terms of hanging samples, with 4 hanging samples in comparison to Blue Alliance's 4 as well now, but they seem to have a faster cycling time, and that can make all the difference as we now move into the last 30 seconds of this match, with the score being 139-120. The Blue Alliance is doing everything they can to claw on to the edge here, with the last 15 seconds of the match now approaching. 80-88 now focusing their efforts into that upper bucket now, as now 1-4-2-1-2 is going to go for the hang, with 1-3-3-6-8 also responding with the hang. With 7 seconds left, we have a successful hang from both Red and Blue. Both Blue Alliances have hanged successfully. With 2 seconds left, will they go for the park? They managed to go to the park, and that is game. An explosive finish over here on field number 1. We're going to have to wait and see what the final results are, but in the meantime, we're going to transition back over here on field number 2 for match 28 of 38. And I'll give you the quick rundown in the meantime. On the blue lines, we have team 28021 Steel Titans going up against 11997 Height Techies. They'll be facing off team 22782 and their alliance partners team 24038. We have a score announcement as well. As our little robot helper puts the sample into the submarine, it is a Blue Alliance victory for qualification 27 of 38, with the Blue Alliance winning 225 points to the Red Alliance's 172.
If you're in qualification match 29, please proceed to the field. Once again, qualification match 29, please proceed to the field. Thank you. Proceed to field 1, field 1.
All right, we're getting our final checks in place over here. Thumbs up from the referees. We're now waiting for our head referee to give us the okay to start. There is an okay to start, so now we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, now 2 minutes and 30 on the clock right now running. We have movement from both Blue Alliance robots right now, with team 28021 going for their first sample into that lower bucket. Their alliance partners team 11997 trying to grab those hanging samples from their human player. Currently so far, there seems to be no hanging samples on any side of the field, so this will give us a very clean slate as we now enter the beginning of our teleop period. And they're off to the races with 2 minutes on the clock right now. We have a score right now of 11-0. Very narrow score margin, which can flip on its head at any given time right now. We have teams 24038 going to try to grab those alliance-specific samples and push them to their human player, while their alliance partner, team 22782, is going to try to grab those samples from the marked zones and put it into the upper box. On the blue side of things, we have teams 28021 going to try to grab those samples as well from those pre-marked positions and put them into that lower bucket of theirs. With 1:13 on the clock right now, we have the score being 20-16. Blue Alliance having a very narrow margin right here, trying to do their best to increase that gap. Team 11997 is doing their best to feed their human player those alliance-specific samples as the clock keeps running, trying to stockpile as many of those hanging samples as they can. With the current time of 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock right now, the Red Alliance is also trying to respond with team 24038, grabbing as many of those alliance-specific samples as well, converting them into hanging samples. Their alliance partner team 22782 is still focusing on that bucket, trying to grab as many of those bucket samples as they can, putting them into the upper bucket. We have team 28021 going to try to grab samples from within the submersible as well, trying to recover one of their hanging samples, it seems. But no, instead they're going to redirect and focus their efforts into an alliance neutral one. With 39 seconds left on the clock right now, 11997 is now starting to focus their attention into that upper rung, trying to grab those stockpiled samples, hanging samples, and add them to the upper rung to increase the score as we now enter the end game period. With 25 seconds left on the clock right now, score being 91-18, the Blue Alliance is comfortably ahead, trying to do everything they can to solidify their score difference. Meanwhile, we have team 22782 going to try to go for the hang, which you're going to have to retry again as a did not do so successfully the first time. With 7 seconds left on the clock, we have 28021 responding with their own hang. Red Alliance managed to get their own hang as well. With 2 seconds on the clock, will we get a second Red Alliance hang? We do, and that is 2 hangs for the Red Alliance, 1 hang for the Blue Alliance, and this match officially over. While the referees finish up over here on field number 1, we're going to go back to field number 2 for qualification. Sorry, we're going to go back to field number 1 for qualification match 29 of 38. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4780 with their alliance partners team 26195. They'll be facing off against team... Before that, though, we have a score announcement for this last match. It is a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 116-36. Back on field number 1. As I was saying before, the Blue Alliance will be facing off the Red Alliance, team 23403, with their alliance partners, team 23463. We're waiting for final checks over here from our FTAs, but we will get started very shortly.
Teams, if you are in qualification match 30, please proceed to field 1. Field 2, field 2.
All right, we're getting final checks in place over here. Thumbs up from the red lines, thumbs up from the blue lines. We're waiting for final checks from referees. That is a thumbs up from the head referee. We will get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, the robots are off to the races right now with Team 23463 springing into action, trying to grab those samples from those preloaded positions, feeding them to their human player. Meanwhile, we have 4780 trying to do the exact same as well. Going to go for their first hanging sample into the up rung, which they do successfully. Team 23463 responding as well with their own hanging sample, with 4781 also responding now. We now have 3 red alliance hanging samples, 2 blue alliance, now 3 red alliance. 3 blue alliance, 4 red alliance hanging samples, and it does not stop now. As we hit this buzzer beater, we now have a total of 5 red alliance hanging samples, 3 blue alliance hanging samples, as we now enter this teleop period with now 2 minutes running on the clock right now with a score of 124 to 120. The very narrow lead for the blue alliance, but both robots are now springing into action, trying to grab as many samples as they can. Blue Alliance and Red Alliance over here trying to contend for these samples from within the submersible, doing a bit of a push over here, making sure they slow each other down. We have Team 26195 trying to grab samples for their upper bucket as well, with their alliance partner Team 4780 focus on those hanging samples from their human player. We have 26195 trying to grab more samples for that upper bucket from the sample, trying to slow down the scoring process of Team 23463 as well, with now 1 minute and 20 on the clock right now, with the score being 166 to 120. Blue Alliance sitting very comfortably ahead of the Red Alliance, but this can change at any time. 23463 doing their best to grab as many samples as they can from the human player. Trying to stockpile as much as they can, which currently it seems to be they're in the lead in terms of hanging sample stockpiles, with 4780 trying to grab their own sample as well. Sees if 23403 trying to shift more defensively, trying to act to slow down their scoring possibilities. 26195 and 23463 are a bit of a push paddle right here, trying to slow each other down from scoring. As the time now closes the beginning of the end game period, this can be anyone's game here with 197 to 120. Red Alliance is now grabbing all those stockpiled hanging samples, trying to stockpile them and put them into the upper rung. As we now go into the last 30 seconds of this match, of this very explosive match, the score now being 197 to 150. Red Alliance is creeping up at any given moment. The Red Alliance can take this back, but we're going to have to wait and see how these last 20 seconds now are played out from both alliances. We have the Blue Alliance going strong with that upper bucket scoring still, not giving up at all, not stopping until they hear that buzzer beater. As we approach now with the last 10 seconds, we're going to go see a hang from the Red Alliance. They unfortunately did slip it at the last second. Will they go for the successful hang? They're going to try again. Blue Alliance getting their own hang. Red Alliance getting their own hang. 2 parks. That is game. And just like that, that match ended right there. We're going to have to wait and see who takes this round, and we'll get you the score results very, very soon. In the meantime, we're back over here on field number 2 for qualification 30 of 38. On the blue side, we have 9371 General Relativity with their alliance partners teams 12334 Spence Lightsabers. They'll be going up against team 23513 INT Robotics with their alliance partners team 20712 Kenny Donuts. We do have a score announcement for that last explosive match. All eyes in the front here. The sample tells us that it is a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 231 to 226. One of the closest matches we've had thus far today. One, go! With now robots moving on all sides of the field right now, we have Blue Alliance 9371. They're going to go for the upper bucket, which they do so successfully. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, we have team 23513 responding by trying to grab their own hanging samples now, adding now 2 hanging samples into their side of the field. They're going to go for another hanging sample now, fed from the human player. That is now 3 hanging samples for the Red Alliance. One more just to add a little sweetness to the score. That is now 4 hanging samples, and they're going to try to push their last hanging sample now with the last 3 seconds of this autonomous period. And with now 2 minutes on the clock right now, the current score being 16 to 80, the Red Alliance has a very comfortable lead against the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance is now springing into action, however, making sure they close the gap between them and the Red Alliance. 23513 is going to now focus their efforts into inside the submersible, trying to grab those Alliance-specific samples to feature the human player. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance team 9371 is doing their best to also grab samples for that upper bucket of theirs. Their Alliance partners team 13334 is doing their best to focus their efforts into that human player area as well, trying to stockpile as many of those hanging samples as they can. 23513 being relentless with the grabbing of these Alliance-specific samples right now, adding now a total of what it seems 5 hanging samples to be used at any given time for their robot. With 20712 also now doing their best to grab samples into their lower bucket as well, helping out the Red Alliance. With now 1 minute and 6 seconds left on the clock right now, its current score being 42 to 84, the Red Alliance still has a very comfortable lead against the Blue Alliance, where the Blue Alliance is now going to start to focus their efforts into that upper rung right now with 13334, going to try to go for the first hanging sample as they try to line it up. Meanwhile, the 23513 is starting to respond with their own hanging samples, now ever increasing the score as they go with the last 15 seconds before the beginning of the endgame period. The score now jumping from the 50 to 112. The Red Alliance doing everything they can to really solidify their lead right here. With 5 seconds before the beginning of endgame period, this can be anyone's game as we now approach the endgame period. These last 30 seconds of the match will be crucial to see if the Red Alliance will solidify this score or the Blue Alliance can take it back. 9371 is going to try to grab more samples from within the submersible, while their Alliance partner is still trying to figure out how to successfully put this hanging sample, which they do so at the last moment here, trying to make sure they get this hanging sample before this match ends. With 10 seconds after the match, 23513 is going to try to grab their last hanging sample and put it on that top rung, which they have done so. They're going to go for the park, which ends this match right here with their Alliance partner going for the hang. Will they get the hang off? They managed to get the hang off at the last second, and that right there is game, folks. And so with that, we're going to have to wait and see what this final score will be. That's a cleanup order, I'm so sorry, from the head referee. We're now going to take it back over to field number 1 for qualification match 31 of 38. 31. That was 31, yeah. We also have, oh well. have a thumbs up for the head referee, so we're good to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, robots are off over here on field number 1 with 8721 going to grab those Alliance neutral samples and try to put it into that upper bucket. Meanwhile, on the blue side of things, we have 207001 going to try to grab their own Alliance neutral samples as well, putting it in an upper bucket, while their Alliance partners team 24047 trying to grab and hang their first sample into that upper rung. With now 10 seconds left on the match, right before the beginning of the tally-up period of this match, we now have a score of 18-16, with the Blue Alliance having a very narrow lead against the Red Alliance, but the Red climb back with just a point difference right now. Blue Alliance taking it back as well now as we enter this tally-up period with a score of 21-19, and they're off to the races with now 2 minutes on the clock right now. We have Blue Alliance going for those preloaded samples on the field right now, going to feed them to the human player in order to focus their efforts into hanging samples. On the red side of things, we have 27037 doing the exact same as well, trying to give samples to the human player to make sure that they convert them into hanging samples. Their alliance partner, team 8721, seems to be having a bit of connection issues, but they're trying to get right back on track. In the meantime, though, 27039 is going to try to make up for lost time, as 8721 is now springing into action and now going to focus their efforts into the center submersible structure. We have 20701 grabbing a NATO sample and pulling it into that upper bucket, doing so rather beautifully, and they're going to go for another sample as well.
Please make your way over to field number 2, team 8088.
20701 grabbing another sample from the field as well, going to put it into that upper bucket, and they do so very gracefully, adding a total of 3 samples into that upper bucket. Their alliance partners team 24047 now grabbing those samples from the human player, going to put them into that top rung. Meanwhile, on the red side of things, we have 27039 responding as well to the hanging samples, adding a total of now 5 hanging samples to their upper rung collection as we now approach the end game period. With a score of 73-93, there is now 45 seconds left before the end of this match. 8721 doing their absolute best to grab as many samples as they can in a frenzy into that upper bucket, trying to grab as many samples and points as they can. 47047 grabbing another sample to hang, putting into that upper rung, doing so beautifully, now giving us a total of around 5 hanging samples for the Blue Alliance. With a score of 103-121, this can be anyone's game as we now enter the end game period now, where we have Robo trying to go for the hang with team 20701 going to try to go for an upper level hang. On the red side things, we have 2703. We also did have a score announced for qualification 31. The Red Alliance took it with a final score of 141-171. We're getting thumbs up all around over here. We're just waiting for our head referee. That is a thumbs up from the head referee as well. So we're going to get started now in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, we now have movement from both Red Alliance robots, 1 Blue Alliance robot over here, where we have both Red Alliance robots 11997 now going for those hanging samples, trying to feed them to the human player as they try to grab another hanging sample. That is now a total of 1 hanging sample for the Red Alliance. And we also have 1 sample into the upper bucket for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, 8088 on the Blue Alliance, they're doing their best, and they managed to do so successfully. They grabbed all of the preloaded samples on the field for that upper bucket, bringing their total to around 4 upper bucket samples as we now approach the beginning of the tally-up period with a current score of 37-18. And they're off to the races with now 2 minutes on the clock right now, with Blue Alliance having a score of 84 to the Red Alliance's 36. The Blue Alliance is going to do everything they can right now to now focus their efforts into those hanging samples, with 8088 feeding those samples to the human player, while their alliance partners team 310 is going to grab samples from within the submersible and put them into the upper bucket. We have 11997 now grabbing samples from within the submersible as well, trying to feed them to the human player to convert them into hanging samples. With the Red Alliance, also 24096, going to grab samples from within as well. They're going to now focus on those aligned neutral samples to take them from the Blue Alliance and slow down their scoring efforts and score them into their own upper bucket. With a minute and 22 on the clock right now, we have 310 going for more of those Alliance neutral samples as well to grab into the upper bucket, to put into the upper bucket. With a score right now of 112 to 60 points, with the Blue Alliance sitting comfortably right here with a 60-point lead. with now 1:05 on the clock. Right now we have 310 being relentless with the scoring, still grabbing more of those line neutral samples for the upper bucket. Meanwhile, we have 8088 grabbing those samples from the human player, now adding a total of 4 hanging samples for the Blue Alliance. On the red side of things, we have 11997 going to grab now those hanging samples that they stockpiled as well, with now 45 seconds off the clock right now. They're going to start scoring those hanging samples as we approach the beginning of the endgame period. With now 2 hanging samples for the Red Alliance, 4 hanging samples for the Blue Alliance, and a ton of samples in both buckets. With 11997 now adding a 3rd hanging sample to their match. With now 30 seconds left before the end of this match, the score being 164-96. The Red Alliance is doing everything they can to claw back and turn the tide here, with 310 making sure that that does not happen as they continue to score even as time runs dry. With 11997 now going to try to focus on that lower rung, it seems, trying to add another hanging sample before the end of this match. With only 10 seconds left, we now have 310 going to go for that upper level rung, it seems. They're going to try to go for the park with 5 seconds left. I'm not sure if they're going to get the hang off, however, but they do just in time. Along with 8088, they managed to get the hang, so that is 2 hanging robots for the blue, none for the red, and that right there is game.
Attention all teams playing in qualification match 33. Please report to field 1 immediately. Again, teams playing in qualification match 33. Please report to field 1 immediately.
And with the conclusion of that match over there on field number 2, we're going to take it back over here to field number 1 now for match 33 of 38. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 22782 USS Nova with their alliance partners team 14212 Metrobotics. They'll be going up against the Red Alliance team 23463 Sits Mercury with their alliance partners team 23513 INT Robotics.
All right, with that, for the teams, at the conclusion of qualification matches, 6 minutes after the completion of match 38, we will begin alliance selection. 6 minutes after the completion of qualification match 38, we will begin alliance selection. So please make sure you're ready and prepared for alliance selection, especially if you're in the top 10.
We are also now queuing for qualification match number 34. If you're playing qualification match number 34, please report to field number 2. Teams 22437, teams 8721, 26195, and 13334.
We also have a score announcer for this last match, qualification 32 of 38, with the Blue Alliance taking it home with a final score of 235 to 102. All right, we're getting our thumbs up right now as we now begin this match. We have a thumbs up from the FTAs and the head referee as well. So we will get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, they're off. Now we have team 23463 going to do their best to now grab all of those samples from that preloaded position, which they do so beautifully, leading them all to the human player. Meanwhile, we have 14212 trying to grab those samples from those preloaded positions as well, putting them into the upper bucket, which they do so successfully. Will they go 3 for 3 is the question. They're going to grab this last sample. They do so beautifully as well. They're now going to try to put it into the upper bucket, which unfortunately they did just fall short, but they will not go for the park as we now begin this this teleop period. With the current score of 56-60, red up right now, it seems as if both teams are now itching to go, with team 23513 now focusing their efforts onto that upper bucket, while their alliance partners team 23463 is going to now again start pushing around, making sure they got a space to grab samples from within the submersible. Team 14212 is also doing their best to grab the samples from within. They're going to try to pick up one of the samples that they dropped and put it into that upper bucket. We have 23463 going to try to focus their efforts on those alliance-specific samples, while their alliance partners team 23513 going to focus on those aligned neutral and stick themselves to bucket duty. With now a total of 4 samples into their upper bucket, it seems as if the Red Alliance is now doing everything they can to cement their lead against the Blue Alliance, as time is now ticking to 1 minute and 15 seconds left before the end of this match. We have 23416 now going to go into the submersible again, trying to reach inside, pushing around 14212. 14212 not taking it any lightly, though, trying to grab their own samples and make sure that they can slow down the scoring of the Red Alliance. 23513 is now going to grab more samples as well, trying to focus and ensure that they have a heavy number of samples into that upper bucket. 22782 going to grab more samples from the human player. Now they're going to focus on those hanging samples. Meanwhile, 23463 is responding as well, now adding a total of 4 hanging samples for the Red Alliance into the upper rung, compared to Blue Alliance's 3 hanging samples into the upper rung. 14212 is also relentless with the scoring of that upper bucket, making sure they grab enough samples to close the gap between them and the Red Alliance. As we now approach 25 seconds left before the end of this match, the Red Alliance is sitting comfortably at 167 points, with the Blue Alliance is 113. But that is not slowing down any of the alliances, as now 22782 is going to go for the hang, along with 14212. 14212 going to be the first to latch on here. With 10 seconds left, we now have a hang, almost have a hang from both Blue Alliance robots now, with the Red Alliance also probably responding with now a 2-level hang from the Red Alliance. And with that, that marks game. We're going to have to wait and see what the final score is over here on this field, but we will be back shortly as Aurelia is back now. Aurelia, please take it away.
And we have a score announcement. Hold tight, guys. This match goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 247 to 131.
Attention teams, we are now queuing for qualification match number 35. If you are playing qualification match number 35, please report to field number 1.
We've got the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! And this match kicks off. You see some movement from the Blue Alliance. They go ahead and score a sample into the high basket, and over there in the Red Alliance, they also score one. The Blue Alliance is beating them right now. They got one more sample than the other. They're not going for the 3rd sample in that high basket. Will they get a 4th in that high basket? And they do. What a way to kick off our tele-out period. All right, got decent movement over here from the Blue Alliance as they go and reach in the submersible and grab a Blue Alliance colored sample and drop it in that high basket. Over there on the Red Alliance, look like they're getting ready to gear up to drop some more samples into their basket. Both of these bots are sample teams here on the Red Alliance, so hopefully they can figure out how to manage that. I'm sure they will, though. The Blue Alliance will not stop with these samples, guys. They just keep going and going and going. Someone got to get them to chill. Over there in the Red Alliance, they just keep getting more and more samples, dropping them into that high basket. They're going for some Alliance color samples as well, switching it up, getting spicy over here. I'm just curious to see if we'll see any specimens this game. Maybe so, maybe not. Only time will tell. Mighty Mechanics goes in and gets another sample. These teams just keep filling up these baskets. Honestly, I think they may overflow soon. And they get another sample in that high basket. Both of these teams just can't stop. There's not much to say besides they just keep getting sample after sample. And the Blue Alliance go there for another Alliance colored sample. They go ahead and bag that. It seems that the Red's Alliance partner, Blue Alliance partner 13334 is having a little bit of trouble right now. And it was about 50 seconds left in the game. We see a lot of movement over here as they just keep getting samples after sample. Honestly, it looks like the red bucket over there is practically overfilling. Will they be able to get more in that high basket, or will they start switching to the lower basket? It seems the blue line is also filling up over here. I hope the refs are able to count all these samples. We go ahead and see the robot reach into the submersible, and they grab another sample. And it's just around, that's the sound of endgame, everybody. I hope you guys are ready. And the Red Alliance is really about to overflow. I am shocked they're also staying in there, to be honest. And I think we're getting ready for them to start dropping into the lower basket. We're running out of a lot of samples there in the middle of the submersible, guys, so hold tight. And just drop more and more samples. Some in the low basket now because the Red Alliance is out of space. With around 10 seconds left, the game's about to come to an end. I don't think we're going to see an ascent, but we will see these baskets fill up all the way, I believe. And that's match, folks.
Oh, I just saw them on number 1.
Attention teams, we are now queuing for qualification match.
Me? Scores ready? I'm sorry. Oh, this one?
Two Train Robotics, your match is soon. Please make your way to the field. Two Train Robotics.
And we have our results in, and it will be a blue victory. 26195 stays at their number 1 ranking, while 13. Scored a specimen on their high rung, picking up for another one, and they score it. With 4 seconds left, do they score their third one? They will try for it, but time runs out. We'll get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up your controllers. 27039 trying to score a specimen in their high rung, and they score it, while their team alliance 28021 tries to go pick up a specimen from their human player station. The Red Alliance 4780 is trying to find a red sample to get, while their alliance partner tries to score for their highest basket, and they get it. They will try to go for another one on their high basket, while their team alliance tries to cycle and get more to add into their specimen high rung. 27039 is trying to score on their low basket with 2 already scored. and 24096, trying to get from the what's it called? Okay. Another sample scored in the high basket, while 47880 tries to grab from their human player station. 27039 goes to grab a blue sample, trying to get it. We'll give them a spot to actually get it. And 28021 trying to grab their sample. A red specimen scored on the high rung for the Red Alliance. It is 56 to 105 points. With 30 seconds left, this is our end game. Teams already trying to climb, with 2 robots climb from the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance trying to climb. 4780 still trying to score their specimens, and they score it. That is it, folks. We'll be back with the results. Goodness gracious. I know, like, I'm not.
And we have the scores. This match is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 149 to 86.
General
We have the thumbs up from the
relativity,
refs.
phonetics,
So in
and
3, 2, 1, dive. And it's match kicks off to the move for the Blue Alliance. So they're going to get a
please
specimen onto
proceed
that
to
high
field
rung. The Red Alliance just barely misses it, but they'll get the next one. The Blue Alliance pushes some samples into their human player zone. They go and start turning them into specimens. They said they're going to try and get some more before this autonomous period ends. Will they? They got it. Will they get it on? And they do. That's 2 specimens on the high rung for the Blue Alliance. Will it be 3? And that's 3. That's 3 for the Blue Alliance. They just narrowly missed that last one, but will they get it? And this match kicks off. You see some movement from the Red Alliance, so they go and get ready to try getting some samples from the submersible. Over here on the Blue Alliance, they get ready to score a sample into that high basket. Will they get it in? And they do. Meanwhile, our partner alliance, Team 23403, is reaching into the submersible to try and grab a sample, and they do. Team 22359 is over here. They get ready to drop a sample into that high basket. Will they get it in? They get it in. Over there, the Red Alliance see them go ahead and clipping some samples, try and turn them into specimens so they can go to clip them on later. Meanwhile, partner alliance, Team 24047 is reaching into that submersible to get some more lines-colored samples. Over there on the Blue Alliance, they seem to be getting ready to take those neutral colored samples from the submersible. Will they grab them? I'm sure they will. Back here on the Blue Alliance, you go and see them getting ready to drop that sample to that high basket, and they get it in. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance get ready to get they get that first specimen of the game on that high run. Great job, Red Alliance. We go ahead and see the Blue Alliance over here. They get ready to reach into the submersible. Will they get that neutral colored sample? They grab it, and now it's time for them to bring it back to that high basket. You know how it goes here, guys. 55 seconds left in this game. We'll see what happens. The Blue Alliance gets a 4th specimen onto that high rung. Will they make it 5? Of course they will. Get that 5 specimens onto the high rung for the Blue Alliance. What about the Red Alliance over here? Are they going to get their second one on? We'll see. And that's 2 specimens onto that high rung for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance drops another sample onto that high basket. You know what that sound means, folks. It's endgame over here. We see the Blue Alliance clipping another specimen on that high rung. They will not stop. That's 6 species. Back there in the Red Alliance, they just narrowly missed that specimen, but they're not going to let that get them down. They go in for another one. Same with the Blue Alliance, though. Will we see set this game? It seems like we may. We see the Red Alliance gearing up for one. Meanwhile, their partner gets another specimen on that high rung. Will they? and they just narrowly miss it. Red Alliance gets ready for a descent, and while the Blue Alliance gets trying to get that park last minute. That's match, folks.
No, what happened earlier? I just want you to know I have enough issues as I have right now. I'm already down bad for someone else. It's bad.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, I know. Okay, don't worry.
For qualification match 38, Kenny Donuts, Steel Titans, and Team Lovelace and Sithis Mercury please report to field 2. Thank you. Once again, that's Kenny Donuts,
And
Steel
with
Titans,
that,
Team Lovelace, and Sithis Mercury.
And with that, we're now heading back over here on field number 1 for qualification match 37-38, which we are ready to start. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, there's now 2 minutes and 30 on the clock running. We have 27003 now moving into the upper rung right now, adding their first hanging sample. Meanwhile, on the red side, we have team 9860 going to grab a sample from that preloaded zone and try to score into that upper box. Currently, there is 1 sample into the upper box for the Red Alliance, none for the Blue Alliance. 27033 with these last 9 seconds are going to go for that hanging sample, which unfortunately they did drop. But with that, that can now move into the tele-op period. And with that, there's now 2 minutes on the clock right now with the current score of 25-16 with the Blue Alliance taking a lead right here with now 24038 going to focus on taking those Alliance-specific samples to their human player. Meanwhile, we have team 9860 going to try to grab samples from those preloaded zones and put it into that upper box area. Their Alliance partners, team 9371, focusing their efforts on giving those samples to their Alliance partner, it seems. Going to try to score them on the lower scoring zone, actually, with a minute and 30 now on the clock, with the score being 33-42, Red Alliance up. 27003 going to try to score now a sample into that lower bucket zone right now. Unfortunately, just falling short of the mark, but that is enough to put it into that lower scoring area. With now 9371 going to grab more samples and put it next to their Alliance partner team 9860, making sure that 9860 is able to score as much as it can into that upper bucket. Blue Alliance, we have 24038 going to try to grab another one of those samples from the human player, try to make sure that they have more hanging samples to their name, with currently 1 hanging sample for the Blue Alliance, 0 for the Red Alliance, as we are now at 46 seconds of this match. With a current score of 44-44, it is a perfect tie between these two alliances. We're going to have to wait and see who manages to pull ahead, though, as we now approach the beginning of the endgame period with this sound right here. That whistle now indicating that we are at the last 30 seconds of our match right here, with 9860 being aggressive with the scoring into that upper bucket, making sure that they can really solidify their lead over the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance now, it seems as if they're going to both go for the park, with now 16 seconds left before the end of this match. We have both robots now going to be hanging from the first zone. With now 9 seconds, we're going to see the second blue robot do it. They managed to do so beautifully as well. Will this count as we now have 4 seconds left? Will they manage to pull themselves off? They do. And that right there is game. And with that, that concludes qualification match 37-38. We're going to go back to field number 2. Aurelie, please take it away. We do have a score announcement for this last match over here. It is a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 107. No, this is for qualification 36. A Blue Alliance victory for qualification 36 with a final score of 178. We're going to have to wait and see for our next score. But for now, Mustafa is going to take it back over here on field number 2.
Again, just a reminder that 6 minutes after the completion of match 38, we will immediately begin Alliance selection. So 6 minutes after completion of match 38, we will begin Alliance selection. So teams in the top 10, you should be ready with the list of teams you would like to invite into your Alliance.
And we have our scores back. It will be a red victory for qualification match 37 for a 77 points for the blue side, 102 for the red side. Teams have moved up, 9-8-6-0, moved up to the 8th ranking spot with 9-3-7-1, moving up to the 24 ranking spot. They got 2 ranking points. And we'll be back here for our last match of the qualification match of the day, 38. We have a thumbs up from our head referee. So let's get qualification match 38 started in 3, 2, 1, go. We have movement from the blue side with a specimen being scored on the high rung. Same thing with the red side. 28021 scoring a sample in their lower bucket. And 23463 Sith is trying to score for their second specimen, and they do. With 5 seconds left, they score the third specimen. They're going for a fourth. Do they get it? They do. Let's get our tally. With 2 minutes on the clock, the Red Alliance is going to try to score as many as they can. 20712. Bringing samples to their human player station, while their alliance 28021 scoring in their lower bracket. Sith trying to grab as many samples as they can get and push it into their human player station. 20701 trying their best to grab a sample and score it. We'll see, pray for them. The Red Alliance trying to grab a sample, and Sith still getting as many as they can. They have a lot saved up. They might be trying to score in the end of the game. 20701 is starting to move, and they are trying to maybe play defense a little bit. The Red Alliance bringing back to their human player station. 28021 trying to score for their lower bucket, and they do, with their alliance partners trying to score specimens, and they do, with 2 specimens for the Red Alliance and 6 specimens for the Blue Alliance. 50 seconds left on the match. The Blue Alliance seeming to be trying to go for a climb with 35 seconds left on the match, and they're Red Alliance trying to score in their lower bucket, and they get it. There's a lot of specimens still to be scored. The red side is trying to catch up as much as they can. It's a 111 points to the blue match with 75 to the red with 5 seconds left. Will they try to climb? They will try to climb. 1 robot off. We will see if one of them counts, but one of them definitely counts. You can see it off the ground. We'll be back with the results for the last qualification match of today. Our results are in. For the last match of today, it will be a blue victory. Round of applause to the teams that have competed today. We will be in alliance selection in a few, so stay tuned.
Again, the 6-minute timer until alliance selection just begun. FTAs, please make sure your fields are properly set up and ready for playoffs. Recount your samples, clips, make sure your fields are properly set up for playoffs. Teams, we have 6 minutes until your alliance selection begins. There is one last talk in 10 minutes, so if you want to join the talk, head upstairs, okay? It's going to be very fun, very informational.
Did no one ask you either? Great. Blame her. I paid for this. I paid for this. No one asked me. All right. I had an idea. And so far, everyone agrees with it. If we do something like this or something like this, so it needs to be more exciting, you switch robots and you don't know which robot you're getting. You get a robot pool. The whole day. Every match. Yeah, they would. They would 100% do that.
Break another team's robot.
Do it in the air. They wouldn't know how to drive the robot.
And they would break it.
That's what makes it fun. If you're going to do it for one, you may as well do it for all of them. You can't do it for, like, one would make no sense.
What do you think, Tim?
4 teams that want to do it, they come up with their robot, we cover them with something, and then they randomly choose. I think this would be more successful.
Yeah. That's awesome.
If you want to take charge of that, please go ahead. What is that?
Ice cream sundae.
Someone else get credit for it anyways.
Ice cream sundae.
Oh, look. DJ!
I don't know.
That is like, okay.
You don't have anything else?
Yeah. I know a couple. Oh, they're over there. All the way down there on the left. With the girl with the blonde hair. Look for the blonde hair. How's it going from Metro?
I actually thought the number you gave me was much lower than the number I was going to guess.
Dude, like, you look
Columbia bookstore hoodie has $145.
You always look stoned.
Great call though. Everyone's freezing to death. Go ice cream.
I don't know. Do you know who 26195 is? Is that? No, that's not int. Int is 23513. That's 4. Oh, yeah. Sith.
Oh, thank you.
Sith? Yeah. Saturn and Mick, they're actually really good.
Well, thank you all for asking me.
Yeah. I can't even doubt that. Like, it happens a lot. Way too much. But they're sister teams. Yeah, I remember them in Metro Robotics. You guys are Metro Robotics. In Metro, like they were. Yeah, dude, they were. Oh, I thought you were looking for it. No, yes.
The great part is the ice cream I'm going to melt. That's what it is. It's going to stay.
Testing.
Yeah.
Me. Like you.
Alliance selection will begin in 2 minutes. All right. We are 30 seconds away from the start of alliance selection, so everyone please get ready. We would ask everyone to clear the center because this is where the alliance selection is going to happen. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the alliance selection, so please give us your undivided attention because this is the moment. This is the time when out of 25 teams who are competing at the Mayor's Cup, unfortunately only 12 teams will make it to the next round because we're going to create 6 alliances of 2 teams each. So here's how this is going to work. If you have never been to FTC Alliance Selection, again, you need to listen so you know how this is going to work if you have never been here before. It's 6 alliances. Friends, let's clear the center, please. I need the center for alliance selection. Thank you. So here's how this is going to work. First, I'm going to announce the 6 highest ranked teams to come up here, and they each will have a chance to choose one partner to play the rest of the tournament with. The 6 teams will play in a double elimination bracket where they will all start in the upper bracket, and once they lose, they will go to the lower bracket and have a chance to stay in the lower bracket and make it to the final. One team will make it into the final from the upper bracket, and one team will make it from the lower bracket. Here's how the alliance selection works. The first selection will begin with the highest ranked team based on performance in the qualification matches. After number 1 ranked team makes their selection, the next highest ranked team and unpicked team will make their selection. We continue this process until we have 6 complete alliances made up of 2 teams each. For example, if number 1 ranked team picks number 6 ranked team and they decline, the number 6 ranked team keeps their right to be an alliance captain, and number 1 ranked team will need to extend an invitation to another team. The number 6 ranked team cannot be invited to join another alliance. If 6 ranked team accepts the invitation, the 7th highest ranked team will move on to the position. Let's invite our highest 6th ranked team. Ranked 6 today, team 310. Please come on up. Representative from team 310, Sty Fishing. Ranked 5. Rank number 5, team 14212, Metro Knights. Right? I don't have team names, but I have numbers. Rank 4th today, 23513, INT Robotics.
Yeah.
All right. Rank 3rd, 4780, Rovolution, right? I'm trying to remember names. Rovolution? Yeah. Ranked 2nd today, 23463. Come on up. Mercury, Sith Mercury. And rank number 1, 26195, Sis Saturn. All right. Are you ready? Who's going to join your alliance?
Team 26195 would like to graciously invite the 2nd best Island Tech team, 23463.
So they're inviting alliance captain number 2, Sith Mercury. Would you like to accept or decline?
We would like to graciously accept.
All right. Everyone, please move on. One spot. All right, the next highest ranked team is Team 8088 Cephalopods to become Alliance Captain number 6. Thank you. Revolution, are you ready to make your selection? Yes, who would you like to invite?
Team 4780 would like to graciously invite 8088's the Cephalopods.
Team Cephalopods 8088, would you like to accept or form your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 8088, 3D Buffalo, and Johnny Robotics, we would graciously like to accept the offer.
This is twin.
With that, I would like to invite Team 9860 Cheez-Its to become Alliance Captain number 6. INT, are you ready? Yeah. Who would you like to invite?
Team INT Robotics would like to graciously invite Team 310.
Sty Fishing, would you like to accept or form your own alliance?
Team 310 graciously accepts.
All right. Team 310 accepted, which means Metrobotics becomes Alliance Captain number 5. Cheez-Its become Captain Alliance number 5. 24096 becomes Alliance Captain number 6. All right, Metro. Wait. Yeah, Metrobotics. Are you ready? Or you need a second? You can have 10 seconds. As I said, be ready with a long list of teams you would like to invite. All right, they're ready.
Team 14212 Metrobotics would like to graciously invite Team Code Conductors 23403 as our alliance.
Code Conductors 23403. Can we get a representative to accept, decline this offer?
We graciously accept.
All right, Team Code Conductors, they accept. Cheez-Its, who would you like to invite to your alliance?
Team 9860 Cheez-Its would like to graciously invite Team 8721, the Mighty Mechanics.
8721, Mighty Mechanics. Would you like to accept or decline?
We graciously accept.
All right, with that, we have one more spot left. Let me just make sure. 8721 accepted. So we have one spot left in the playoffs. And the 2-Train Robotics captain would like to invite who?
Right, let me get right there. The Donuts, 207. What's that? The Donuts. Yeah, Kenny Donuts, out there.
20712, Kenny Donuts. If they accept, we have our teams.
Team 20712 graciously accepts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 alliances, which would meet at 3:20 for their playoff matches. One second. Don't leave. You have to meet with your event tournament head referee to go over the playoff rules. Dr. Ting, you need to go over playoff rules. All right, so you should know how to play in the playoffs. If you have questions, see us. So 3:20 will be playoff match number 1. All right, the bracket is on your screens. Alliance 1 and Alliance 2 will be bypassed in round 1. Match 1, Alliance 4 playing against Alliance 5. Alliance 3 is meeting Alliance 6. The winners of those matches will meet in round 2 against Alliance 1 and Alliance 2. The teams that lose match 1, 2, 3, and 4 will meet in round 3, match 5 and 6. Please stay with us. We'll be back in 15 minutes for your first playoff match.
Nap. It's like they're not there. It's like they're nowhere to be found, and they're acting like they're like cut off in the bathroom.
That's flipping you off her way. I want another shirt. I want an extra large this time.
You want to know who you see Isaiah somewhere?
No, I haven't seen Isaiah. I saw him like goes like a flash. He just goes like.
Yeah, if you want another one, he's the one that brought them in the first place. I don't know where they are. It's not the confidence. It's my words that trip up. I trip over my words.
No, it's the confidence.
In what? Like, in what way? Tell me, like in what way? I'm worried about saying something and not doing it. Like, no, I feel like, and they're trying, but they don't get it.
Oh, I say that. I do that.
That's all.
Yeah. You're trying to just miss it.
Just barely missed it.
Yeah, then you follow up with like oh, but they'll get it next time.
Okay. Maybe they will try again. We'll see. I don't know. I want to have a match where like I have like different performances.
Be more confident or loud. Louder.
It's literally the fault of the mic.
You need to scream that.
Told you to leave, bro. If you don't know who I am, it's your boy.
It's your boy.
Not for sure. I feel like I need to come here stoned and then do this. Then maybe I can. No, not wasted. No, wasted I'll be like. No, I'll be like. I love you guys. You pulled both.
If teams are ready, you can start queuing for your matches. Once field is ready, we will begin earlier. If teams are ready, we can begin. If not, we will ask you to queue regardless in 5 minutes.
Yeah, what's a song that like doesn't make you want to? Yeah.
but she came up behind me. Attention teams, we are going to begin queuing. Metrobotics, Code Conductors, Cheez-Its, and Mighty Mechanics, please report to Field 1. Once again, Metrobotics, Code Conductors, Cheez-Its, and Mighty Mechanics, please report to Field 1. Metrobotics, please report to the field now. Metrobotics, please report to the field now.
Into the wall.
Showtime. And we're back over here on field number 1 for playoffs match number 1. I'll give you the quick rundown of what to expect. On the Blue Alliance, we have Alliance 5 team 9860 Cheez-Its with their Alliance partners team 8721 Mighty Mechanics. They'll be going up against team 14212 Metrobotics and their Alliance partners team 23403 Code Conductors. We're waiting for our final checks over here, and we will get started with this match very shortly with a time now of 2 minutes and 22 before match starts. running their friends. So I thought I'm just gonna go in, out, meet her friends, and out, right? No, what ends up happening is I go in, and at the time that I'm going in, her friends are going out. So either the crazy ass timing or. I think it was her best friend who was in there. That's crazy. What's up, kiddo? We're doing this one because this is field 1 first.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
after it ends, I'm gonna have to clean that up.
Yep. You got it though.
Been like 6 times running with the car.
Watch me. All right, we're getting our final thumbs up over here from both Red and Blue Alliance. We're waiting for a thumbs up from the head referee right now. As we're waiting for our final referee count over here in order to get started. Sorry. All right. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. That is a thumbs up for the head referee, so we're about to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And with that, they're off to the races now with 2 minutes and 30 on the clock and running. We have 8 points for the Blue Alliance, 18 points for the Red Alliance. A strong start for the Red Alliance as we have team 14212 going for that upper bucket. They're going to grab another preloaded sample and put it into the upper bucket, granting a total of 3 samples for their alliance. Meanwhile, on the blue side of things, we have 9860. They landed the park nicely into that lower scoring zone, while their alliance partners team 8721 is getting ready for that tally-up period as we now enter the next 2 minutes of this match. And with that, they're off with 2 minutes on the clock right now. We see movement from both Red Alliance robots, both Blue Alliance robots with 14212 quick to grab those samples laying around on the field. They're going to make sure that they have all those samples into that upper bucket before they tackle the submersible. Meanwhile, 8721 is grabbing those samples from their alliance partner 9860, while 9860 figures out a connectivity issue, which now they're back on track. They're going to make sure that they now start tackling that submersible samples. With now 1:32 on the clock right now with the score being a 55-79. The Red Alliance has a strong start to these playoffs with 14212 going steady with the scoring of those alliance neutral samples, clashing alongside 9860 for access of that submersible. 8721 is going to go for those alliance neutral samples as well. Going to try adding to their stockpile into this upper bucket. We have team 24302 going to grab those samples as well from inside the submersible and putting them into their human player, trying to make sure that they stockpile as many of those hanging samples as they can before the beginning of the endgame period. With a minute left on the clock now, these current score being 95-79, the Red Alliance is starting to fall behind from the Blue Alliance, but they're going to start catching up now as 23403 is now shifting their attention away from the submersible into now these hanging samples. 23403 adding their second hanging sample, now bringing their total of 2 hanging samples for the Red Alliance, null for the Blue Alliance, and now they're going to start catching up to the Blue Alliance score with now 35 seconds left on the clock, which means the endgame now starts here. With now 30 seconds left on the clock right now, 23403 doing their best to grab more hanging samples and add them to that final score, bumping up their score, catching up to the Blue Alliance hot on their heels. Blue Alliance not taking this lightly, starting to add their own hanging samples to that upper rung, making sure that they increase that gap between red and blue. We have 14212 successfully hanging on their robot with the last 9 seconds now. We're going to have to see if any other robot goes for a hang. It seems as if we have Mighty Mechanics going to go for a park with the last 3 seconds here. Will Cheez-Its also get the park off? They managed to do so, and all robots park. And with that buzzer beater, that might be a very close match with a potential score of 142-145. We'll have to wait and see what your referees tells you. Please sit tight for a final score announcement soon. And with that, we have a score announcement for playoffs match number 1. Our little robot helper is going to tell us that it is a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 171-148. We're now over here on field number 2. Aurelie, please take it away.
All right, guys, I hope you're ready for playoff match number 2. Over here on the blue lines, we have team 24096 and team 20712. On the red lines, we have team 23513 and 310. This is going to be a crazy match.
Do I have time for a quick announcement or no? Attention students, if you haven't gone on a tour of the campus labs and you would like to, the last tour is happening at 3:30 outside the Forest Hills Robotics League's doors. Thank you.
We have the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! And this match kicks off. You see some movement from the blue line since they just narrowly missed that specimen. The red line does get a specimen under their high rung when their line partner gets their second sample into that high basket. Back here in the blue line, see them get a sample in that high basket as well. The red line gets their third sample in that high basket. And the Red Alliance gears up to get another specimen on the high rung, and that's 2 specimens on the high rung for the Red Alliance. Will it be a third? And it is. Now the real question is, will they get another one? We're about to see, guys. And the match kicks off. The Red Alliance is getting ready to go inside and grab some more line-colored specimens. Meanwhile, we see the Blue Alliance trying to make up a strategy right now. They're trying to reach in there and grab some more line-colored samples. We see team 23513 reaching into the submersible and getting a Red Alliance colored sample and giving it to their human player and make it into a specimen. Meanwhile, their line partners reaching into the submersible and going to get a sample and drop it in that high basket. Over here on the Blue Alliance, they're going and grabbing some neutral colored samples and pushing it into their net zone. The red team will not stop getting sample after sample into that high basket. They will not chill out here, guys. It seems that Kenny Donuts may be having a little bit of trouble connecting, but they'll get it fixed. Don't even worry, guys. Back over here, INT reaches the submersible, and they go and get another specimen, one after the other. While their line partner is filling up that high bucket with so many samples, it may overfill again. You guys heard that. They are so locked in. Back here on the blue line, so it seems they're doing some spins. Maybe having a few issues over here. I think they may be having trouble with their intake, so now they're just going to dance instead. We love that spirit here at FTC, guys. Back there on the red line, they seem to be getting ready to go and clip some samples on. Around 45 seconds left. They get ready to clip specimen after specimen onto that high rung. Meanwhile, the red line goes and drops more samples into that high basket. I don't even know how many specimens they have at this point, but they keep going specimen after specimen onto that high rung. They will not chill, guys, and now, that is 30 seconds left, everyone. That means it is officially endgame. Are we going to see an ascent this round? The blue line says yes, as team 24096 is ready to go in and ascend. Meanwhile, the red alliance team INT goes and gets another specimen onto that high rung. They will not stop with these specimen, everyone, as their line partner gets another sample onto that high basket. They will not chill. And will they get that ascent? Will we see that ascent from the blue alliance? I don't know, but meanwhile, INT just keeps trying to get some more last-minute samples in, and they get one in the high basket last minute. What a game. Stay tuned for the match results, guys. And the results are in. Get ready, guys. The Red Alliance wins this match with a score of 280-29. The Red Alliance will, and that is actually an event high score. Great job, Red Alliance. We'll be seeing them in the next playoff match Meanwhile, the Blue Lions, they're not out yet. We can see them in the losers bracket.
Kind. Yeah, let's get this. Oh.
Attention teams, if you're in elimination match 4, please make your way over to the field. Robolution, Team Cephalopods, Int Robotics, and Sty Fission, please make your way over to field 2. Thank you.
Good luck, you guys.
You guys are red.
Our head referee, let's start playoff match 3 in 3, 2, 1, dive. We got the sister teams on the Red Alliance and sister teams on the Blue Alliance. Sith Mercury taking 2 samples over for the human player station while Saturn is scoring on their high bucket and grabbing a 4th one to score. Same thing on the blue side over here. We have 1, 2, 3 in the high basket and a 4th one barely missed it, but they'll try to get it back. Hopefully the sister team scored a specimen. And now we will start our tally-up phase. With 74 points for the blue side and 154 for the Red Alliance, these teams will go to great lengths to stay in their upper bracket. With Metrobotics scoring a sample in the high bucket, while their sister team trying to pick up a sample to bring back to their human player station. The Red Alliance scores a sample in their high basket, while their sister team tries to take samples over for the human player station. They have it on the side. They're going to try to do it in the end game. Metrobotics going to score for the high bucket, and they get it. Same thing with Saturn. They get their high bucket. These are high scorers. The First Alliance going to show out with their sister teams. They are phenomenal. Same thing over here on the blue side. They are getting their specimens ready. Don't sleep on Metrobotics though, because they will try to go for another bucket while their sister team score a sample. Specimens scored on the Red Alliance with 6 specimens, and they will still go for more. They have a lot over there on their human play side. A bucket will be tried to be scored. It's scored, and they have a sample too. The specimens are filling up the red side. Metrobotics tries to go for a climb with 15 seconds left. Saturn is still scoring, trying to score. They score it on the high bucket. The other alliance barely get one off, but they bring it back and have the other one. They have 2 climbed on the red alliance and 1 climbed on the blue alliance. Be ready for the results. We have our results. Who will stay in the upper bracket and who will go to the lower bracket? The Red Alliance gets a victory with a high score of 368 for today. We will not be getting enough of the Blue Alliance. We will see them again in playoff match 5 in the lower bracket. Hats off to the Red Alliance for a great high score and a great match from both alliances.
I felt good with that one. I felt good with that one. That one, because they're doing something.
See, the thing is, here's the trickiest part about competition. The action is the easiest. When there's no action, that's
Exactly. Like that's what.
But that's part of the skill.
No, but they were like 1, 2, and I like looked to the other side, and it's like they're just saying that. It's like, okay, cool. That was a good match, though. Thank you.
You got it.
What's it called? What's the matches looking like? It's
We're on playoff match 3 right now, so after this, I'll tap in earlier again.
Yeah.
So yeah, take a break.
Yep.
All right, we got a thumbs up from the head referee, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, we now have 2 minutes and 30 running on the clock right now, with the current score being of 8-8, with both alliances tied right now. We have team 310 almost killing me and the referees, and that's okay though. Meanwhile, their alliance partner team 23513 is doing a bit of a jig with their preloaded sample. On the right side of things, we have team 4780 trying to go with their own preloaded samples, adding a total of 3 preloaded samples to the count, while their alliance partner team 8088 adding those samples into the upper buckets. With that buzzer, now we're getting during our 2-minute teleop period with a current score of 0-62 with Red Alliance up. Now the score changed to 0-124 with the Red Alliance now up. We're going to have to wait and see how the Blue Alliance responds to this score increase. With now 1:51 on the clock right now, we see team 23513 responding by grabbing all those Alliance-specific samples as fast as they can and putting them into their human player area. Meanwhile, their Alliance team partner team 310, they're grabbing those samples as well from the submersible, putting it into that upper bucket of theirs. On the red side of things, we have team 8088 also doing the same, trying to grab as many samples as they can for their upper bucket to make sure that their lead isn't taken over by 23513 and 310. 310 still going strong with the scoring of the samples into that upper bucket, with time now approaching 1 minute and 15 seconds. We're going to have to wait and see how this is all going to change as we now approach ever so faster to the beginning of the end game period. Currently, right now, we have 3 hanging samples on the red side, I think, with 4780 trying to add another hanging sample into the upper rung. But look at that. 23513 is now springing into action, adding those hanging samples into that upper rung as well, adding not 1, not 2, but 3 hanging samples now into that upper rung with now 48 seconds left on the clock. The score steadily increasing here. Pressure rising as we now enter these last 30 seconds of the match with a current score of 73-83 to 205. This can be the greatest comeback I've probably seen in my life right now. With 5 seconds left before the beginning of the endgame period, we're going to have to wait and see how this score is going to even out. With the last 30 seconds now of this match, 2-3-5-1-3 is going strong with the scoring of these hanging samples, filling up that upper rung quick. Meanwhile, 4780 responding equally as well, trying to add as many hanging samples as they can into the upper rung. But will it be enough as 2-3-5-1-3 is doing all they can to ensure that that is a full rung stack? With 10 seconds left now on the clock, current score being 169, 177 to 267. We're going to wait and see if this will be enough for the Blue Alliance, or will the Red Alliance take it with the last 2 seconds? Will we get a last seconds hang? We will not. And that concludes our match over here on field number 2. I have to announce that there is a yellow card for the Blue Alliance Team 310. They have been assessed a yellow card for violating Rule G405, potentially putting in danger a volunteer. What is it? Wrong line. Twitching, sorry, twitching. That gives them a yellow card, and we're going to have to wait and see what the final score announcement will be now. With that, we have a score announcement. Now we're going to have to wait and see who took this last match, as our little robot helper reveals that it is a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 190 points to 285 points.
All right, for playoff match number 5 on the Red Alliance, we have team 14212 and team 23403. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24096 and team 20712. Mom, no flash. We have the thumbs up, so in 3, 2, 1, dive! And the all-time mirror kicks off. We see the Red Alliance go and score a Specie on that high rung, while the Blue Alliance get a sample into their high basket. And that's 2 Species now for the Red Alliance during the all-time period. Meanwhile, their alliance partner just misses getting a sample into that high basket. Will it be 3 Species? The alliance partner successfully gets a sample into that high basket. Will that be a second sample in the high basket? And that's 3 Species in the high rung. I think that's 2 or 3 sampled in that high basket. And our match kicks off. We see some movement from the Red Alliance. They go to reach the submersible to try grabbing one of the samples. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we see them going and reaching up, and maybe getting in something into that bucket. They reach for the high bucket, and they score that neutral sample. But the Red Alliance is matching energy as Team 14212 goes and gets a sample into that high basket. Back over here, Team 23403 goes in and gets a Red Alliance color sample and brings it into the human player zone so they can go to make it into a specimen. Their alliance partner gets more and more samples into that high basket. Back to the blue team, though, we see them getting more samples and trying to score them into the high basket. But Steve Kenny Donuts is having a little bit of trouble, and I'm sure they'll fix it. Back here on the Red Alliance, Team 14212 gets ready to score a Red Alliance color sample into that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner just keeps getting more and more Red Alliance color samples and turning them to specimens. Back there on blue, it seems they're trying to go to make that specimen go upright in the right direction so they can go and pick it up and put it into their high basket. Only time will tell if they succeed. Back here over here, Team 23403 is reaching in, trying to pick up that specimen, while their alliance partner gets another sample into that high basket. And the scores are in. The winner of this round is the Red Alliance. They score of 268 to 92. The Blue Alliance has sadly been eliminated, but they fought hard. They did great. Let's give a cheer for the Blue Alliance, and let's also give a cheer for the Red Alliance for moving on to the next losers bracket match.
Drop it. I was like,
Ready to go. You guys are ready to go. You're queuing right now. Okay. Sorry. Red or blue? You are blue. Both of you are blue. You guys are red. This field.
We have our thumbs up from our head referees, so let's get match playoff 6 started in 3, 2, 1, go! We start off with INT putting one specimen in while Cheez-Its score a specimen sample in the high bucket. 310 Cyvision scored a sample in the high bucket, and INT going to score for a third one, and they get it. With 8 seconds left, they go for another one, and they get it. And they park. Let's get our telly up ready. The Red Alliance will start trying to grab samples to get to their human player so they can start setting up, while 310 tries to score on their high bucket, and they get it. Cheez-Its try to go for some of their samples on the floor and go bring it back to their human player station, while Mighty Mechanics go for samples and put them in their high buckets. Sty Fission scores another sample in their high bucket. INT setting up a lot of specimens on the side for their end game. Mighty Mechanics go for a high bucket, and they barely miss it. They will try to get more so they can make up for the one loss. Cheez-Its score a specimen in the high ring, and Mighty Mechanics, their alliance partner, scores in their high bucket. They will continue to cycle. We are at a 112 point for the Blue Alliance with a minute left, and 131 points for the Red Alliance. These teams are doing their best to stay in playoffs. Samples going in the high bucket on both sides of the alliances. 310 Sty Fission going for another one. They are fast at it. They're good at it. INT scoring more specimens in their high ring, while Mighty Mechanics still scoring on their high bucket. Cheez-Its going for specimens for their alliance, and they get some. In the last 25 seconds of the match, we have a big difference. The Blue Alliance trying to catch up and do their best. The Red Alliance going for more specimens. They are unstoppable. They are scoring specimens on the high rung as much as possible. There are 10 seconds left. Mighty Mechanics going for another high basket. They are good at it. They score it. The Red Alliance, Sty Fission going for a climb, and they get it. And the other robots are parked. We will be back with our results. Stay tuned.
We are assessing a yellow card to the Red Alliance. Team 310 violated Rule G405. Since they have already been assessed a yellow card, this escalates to a red card.
We have our results with the Blue Alliance winning and Alliance 3 eliminated by a red card. Thank you for Alliance number 3. We will see Alliance 5 in playoffs match number 8 in the lower bracket duel. They are trying to climb back up and win the competition. Thank you, Alliance number 3 again.
Of course, I'll beat your ass.
No, and do something about this, please.
At the end of the day, I'll beat your ass a big one.
Okay, fine.
Sorry. How are you doing, Dylan? Doing good. Finals week? I'm gonna find out myself. That's how bad finals week is right now.
Okay, thank God. Don't stand in the question box, please. Don't stand in the question box.
He wants to talk to you, bro. Like,
Alright, what's up, kiddo? We have a thumbs. We have a thumbs up from the head referee. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off to the races now with 2 minutes and 30 on the clock right now, with the Red Alliance pulling ahead with 10 points to their name, 18 now. Blue Alliance having 8 points. We have Team 8088 going for those alliance samples, or those neutral samples into the upper bucket, while on the Red Alliance we have Team 23463 adding those hanging samples into that top rung. We have Team 26195 stopping their autonomous for now. As we now approach the end of the autonomous period, we will now transition to the teleop period. With a current score of 32-64, the Red Alliance seem very poised right now to take this match. We have to wait and see how this plays out with the next 2 minutes of this match. With a minute and 53 on the clock right now, we have the Red Alliance steaming right ahead with a total points of 136 points to the Blue Alliance's 72. With time moving on, we see 26195 focusing on that upper bucket, trying to grab as many points as they can. Meanwhile, 23463 grabbing those alliance-specific samples from within. 8088 is trying to push them around, however, as they try to grab those samples from within the submersible. We have another case of push-pull over here, seeing who is going to move out the way for each other. Meanwhile, we have on the Blue Alliance as well, 4780 springing into action now, making sure that they grab those alliance-specific samples, making up for lost time, feeding them to the human player, making sure they can convert them into those hanging samples. With a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock right now, the score being 88-168 right now, we see that robots are now moving all across the field, scrambling to get those final precious samples from within the submersible. We now see 23463 focusing their efforts on those hanging samples, grabbing as many of those as they can, with the time now running very close to 0 with 50 seconds left on the clock. The score right now being 93-204, 23463 being relentless with the scoring here of these upper samples, making sure that they leave no space for air between those samples. With now 33 seconds on the clock right now, Blue Alliance, we see 4780 trying to respond as well with their own hanging samples, as now we approach the end game period with the score being 113-250. The Blue Alliance is doing everything they can to claw back the lead from the Red Alliance, but will it be enough as we now have robots trying to clear out the submersible as much as they can, with 23463 trying to go for one more hanging sample, it seems, with now 11 seconds on the clock. Will they go for the hang right now? They're trying to position themselves for the hang, which they do so nicely. They're going to go for the hang as they approach that top rung. With 4 seconds left, will they get any hangs? We got a double hang over here on the Red Alliance. That is game! And just like that, we ended with a double hang from the Red Alliance and a park for the Blue Alliance. We're going to wait and see if that was enough, and we'll get your score results very, very soon.
How's it going? How was that match?
Still can't be allowed.
It was pretty good.
Can you do scores?
I'll do them in a few.
We have a score announcement for you guys. After that last explosive match, our little robot helper is going to analyze and tell us that it is a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 156-346. We will now take it to field number 2 for playoff match number 8. Aurelie, take it away.
All right, guys, here on the Blue Alliance today, we have Team 14212 Metro Robotics and Team 23403 Code Conductors. We have this thumbs up. So in 3, 2, 1, dive. And the match kicks off. The Blue Alliance misses their specimen, but it's okay. They'll figure it out. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, Mighty Mechanics get their second sample up there. Over there, they ready to get that third sample in the high basket. Will they? That's 3 samples in the high basket from Mighty Mechanics. Will it be 4? That is 4 samples in the high basket for Mighty Mechanics, guys. And the match kicks off. We go to see Cheese that's getting ready to go and push more and more line color samples into towards their Cleveland player zone, towards turning them specimens. Meanwhile, over here, team 14212 gets ready to go and drop a sample into their high basket, but they just slips out of there. Meanwhile, their line partner reaches into submersible to go to try getting some samples. Back there on the red line, team 142, team Mighty Mechanics goes in and drops another sample in their high basket. Meanwhile, the blue line gets a second sample in that high basket. Good work, guys. Mighty Mechanics is almost filling up that basket. Meanwhile, over here, we see Cheeseheads go ahead and clip a specimen onto that high rung. Will they get it? And they do. That's 2 samples on that high basket. And we wait, and we go and see the 14212 get another sample into that high basket. Meanwhile, over there, we see Team Cheeseheads going to get a third specimen on that high basket. Well, Mighty Mechanics get another sample into that high bucket. Cheeseheads will not stop scoring those specimens on that high rung, but over here on the blue line, they won't stop scoring those samples either. It may be slipping, but they're still trying their hardest, guys. They're still going to keep pushing. They got this. Over there on Mighty Mechanics, they get another sample of that high basket. Meanwhile, Cheeseheads gets, I think that's their 5th specimen onto that high rung. Good work, guys. Over here, we can see this team get another sample into their high basket on the Blue Alliance. Good work. Over there, with around just 34 seconds left in the game, it's about to be end games. Never mind, it officially is end game. Let's see what happens here. Maybe we'll see an ascent, maybe we won't. Over there, we're going to see Mighty Mechanics just keeps getting more and more samples, guys. It may be end game, they don't care. They fill up the bucket, they're going for more. Same with the blue line, so they're going for more and more samples. 15 seconds left in this game. What's going to happen, everybody? Stay tight. 1-4-2-1-2 getting ready for that ascend. Will they get it? Only time will tell. Cheeseheads gets ready to get the specimen on. Cheeseheads get the specimen on. Will the blue lights get that ascent? They get that level 2 ascent, baby. What a match. And the scores are out. The Red Alliance with the score of 233
All right,
to
with
71.
that, Alliance 5 is moving to playoff match 9, and they will be playing on the Blue Alliance. Alliance 4 is eliminated. Let's give them a big round of applause. They made it through the elimination bracket to round 4. Round 5 will begin soon on field number 1. Again, playoff match number 9. Where Alliances 5 and Alliances 2 will face each other to compete to make it to the finals match. Will happen in a few moments. So Alliance 5 and Alliance 2, please start making your way over to field number 1. There are very interesting prizes for the winners of today's competition.
I got even more.
What?
I got even more. 2XL. Like. Yo, what is? You can take 7 for a second. Okay. Gaslighting. You know what? I'm gonna see myself. Yo. Bro, who wins?
Something just like this is such a close.
No, large. Maybe with melody actually. Because hers looks like, I don't know if you want it. Have to? Okay, I'll put it on the side if you want it. Have it. And also tell your team if you want. Extra, 2XL. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Look over this. With the blankets. Stop. What would I do with that? I'll let you give it to him. They're over there. There's like 7 of them. Tell them you can have it. John, there's more if you want. It's like right behind the desk. 3X? I mean, maybe right there. Maybe. Amina, how do you guys say your teammate?
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that there is an award ceremony at the end, so we would kindly ask that while you're packing, you stay for the award ceremony. Teams will get trophies up to 4th place, not just the winner and the finalists, but 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place alliances will get. I'm on my way. Yeah. Well, wow. Pati, 8088. How are you doing? All right, just a reminder, sorry. Oops. Kevin, you'll be okay. You have 4 minutes till the match will start. Yeah, 4 minutes. I mean, not just them, but Cheez-Its and Mighty Mechanics as well. Your match will start in 4 minutes. And just like that, field number 2 is gone. Again, just stay for the award ceremony. We have awards to give out later. Don't leave just yet. First ever New York City Mayor's Cup. Are you gonna win?
You got this. You got this. Yes. Yes. No, because when I'm saying your name, right? When I'm saying your name, I just want you to be like, yeah. You should like that. You should be like happy, excited, like play to win.
We usually do this at the qualifiers. Make some noise for the Red Alliance. If you're on the Red Alliance, woo! Woo! Go! Make some noise for the Blue Alliance. Woo! Oh, Blue Alliance is sleeping. Wake up. 8088, just a reminder now, you have 3 minutes left. I mean, less than 3 minutes left on the clock. Start what? Line dancing. Hit the music, DJ. Maybe after this match.
We have a thumbs up from our head referees for playoff match 9. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! With our autonomous here, these teams are fighting for the alliance position, the team finalist position. The winner of this match will decide the team finalists, one of them at least, until we see our final matches. Mighty Mechanics scoring 3 samples in their high bucket, going for a 4th one, and they get it. 8088 going for their 3 samples in their bucket, and it works. Robolution barely miss a last specimen. Let's get started with our tele-op phase. We have 72 points for the Blue Alliance and 114 for the Red Alliance. The green machine of the Mighty Mechanics going to pick up more samples to score in their high buckets, while their alliance partner goes to cycle for more and get more specimens. They go for the high rung, but 8088 doesn't stop. They go for their high bucket with their samples, and their team alliance partner going for more specimens, taking them to their human player spot. Cheez-Its going for their 2nd sample, and it goes in. Mighty Mechanics goes to pick up another sample, and they score it in their high bucket. 88 also scores it in their high bucket. They are fighting for it tooth and nail. 142 for the 150 correction for the 5th alliance, and 154 for the 2nd alliance. It was close. It's really close. 8088 going for another high bucket. 4780 still cycling for their specimens. Cheez-Its going for another sample, barely short. They will try to get another one. Mighty Mechanics don't stop though. They will go for the high bucket and get it. 8088 going for still more samples so they could go and take it to their high bucket machine. They're good, but same thing with Mighty Mechanics. These are 2 amazing alliances, and they will be fighting for their finalist position. More points scored with 6 specimens on the Red Alliance and 5 specimens on the Blue Alliance, but 16 samples in their high bucket for the Blue Alliance. They are taking the lead, but they will be beaten by the Red Alliance for a 249 points with 3 seconds left. They hang with 1 for the Red Alliance. Awesome match, you guys. Let's see who is our finalist result in a little bit. We have our results. Who will be the first finalist? The Red Alliance takes the victory for one of the finalists. Alliance 5 has been eliminated, but they put up a great fight. Thank you. Put your hands together one more time for Alliance number 5. They put up a great fight, you guys. Alliance 2 will advance to the playoff match 10 and will be the Blue Alliance and go off against the undefeated upper bracket Alliance.
know that I have a type. That's the issue. I know that. I have a type. Because Emily is dating somebody.
Ooh.
Isn't she dating?
Is she still? Is she still after they broke up? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Who? No. The weirdo with Daniel.
I don't know. Don't ask me any
Dude,
questions.
I ran into him at the bus stop and I got so scared he would recognize me. What? That's where I ran into. I went to fucking Dave's Hot Chicken and it's on the way to Fanny. And then he walked into the bus stop and I was like, oh, not Fanny. Yeah. First I told me that Dave's random.
Okay, you're right. Fuck.
He does put a hunter, yeah.
You're absolutely right. This is my type. I do not care what you tell me.
Oh. I mean, she's hot. Whack him. Yes.
What? Fight me. I know when you're fighting me. I know you want to fight me.
I
know, my type is all...
No, it's not. Sorry, not white. Pale.
Kind of fruity looking.
It is pale.
Kind of fruit.
Do you not see?
It's kind of good, bro.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Because I used to have a thing for her, standing behind us.
For her? She fits the box. She fits it too.
Kind of...
The whacking stick.
No, we're not whacking me. We're not doing this. No. Ding dong. No, stop.
Huh?
Is there any way we can move this table to the back side?
No.
Because like the background for this is just a bunch of
The only reason it's over here is because
eyes.
we're restricted by where the location of where power is.
Hold on, like tiny. But,
We
like,
can also move
They
them.
have dark features.
The wall.
They're very messy. What else? They are unemotionally available.
Oh yeah, don't get me started. Emotionally
Listen.
unavailable.
And they would recommend.
You're saying listening and you say no words. Not
Listen to what?
It is a podcast.
What are we listening to?
What am I supposed to hear?
want me to do? As we get ready for the next match, I'd like to welcome you all to the first award segment. We will be giving out the trophy for our 4th place alliance and our 3rd place alliance. When you get called, please come up to the front to get your trophy and for a photograph. First, let's congratulate our 4th place alliance captain, team 14212, Metrobotics.
How are you doing, Doc? You're heading out already?
No, I want to go around to go say hi to my other friends.
Fair enough. So what? So I was gonna.
And their alliance partner, team 23403, the Code Conductors.
For our 3rd place winner, 3rd place alliance, apologies. We will start off with the captain of the alliance, Cheez-Its. They put up a great fight, 98-60. Come up to get your trophy. Stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there. And then for the first pick, Mighty Mechanics, 8721. Come on, get your trophies.
My whole can of worms.
Teams participating in playoff match number 10, please report to field 1.
And with that, we're back over here on field number 1 for the last match of the day here at the Mayor's Cup. We're waiting for our final checks as we are now approaching 20 seconds before match start. This match will determine who wins the first ever New York City Mayor's Cup, presented by the Office of the Mayor, the New York City Public School Athletics League, and New York City First. Thank you to all our sponsors. And thank you to all the teams for showing up today. It seems like we have multiple questions in the crowd right now, as I see hands going up. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. That's a beautiful walking randomization,
I know, right?
And after a long day of competitions, we're finally getting our final thumbs up for this event. Thumbs up from the red and blue alliances. Will this be a thumbs up from the head referee? It is a thumbs up for the head referee, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, that now kicks off this last match of the day where we have 8088 going to go for those preloaded Alliance neutral samples here on their side of the field. Meanwhile, Alliance partner team 4780 are going to go for those hanging samples. Managed to put one very nicely onto that top rung. The Red Alliance, we have 23463 doing the exact same as well, putting 3 hanging samples onto the top rung, increasing their score against the Blue Alliance. Currently, the score is sitting to 44-70 as we now approach the beginning of this tally-up period. And with that, they're off with 2 minutes on the clock right now. We see Alliance number 1 having a score of 162. Blue Alliance is 98. Seems as if now we have robots scrambling to get those final samples for today, with 23463 being aggressive. We're trying to get as many samples as we can, with 8088 also responding, trying to grab as much as they can, with a minute and 40 on the clock right now. We have Alliance Partners team 26195 and 4780 going for their respective alliances, alliance-specific samples, and 4780 trying to feed them to the blue player, with the Red Alliance trying to focus on that upper bucket. With a minute and 24 on the clock right now, the score being 122-202. The Red Alliance is taking this for in the meantime, but the Blue Alliance is not giving up yet, trying to put in the work to make up for lost time. Team 8088 pushing hard, making sure that they get what they want, but Team 23463 not taking that line down, pushing back as well, making sure that they're stockpiling all the resources that they need for that hanging sample rung. With now a minute left on the clock right now, the score being 138-218. We now have to wait and see what happens as we approach the end game period. With Team 23463 now focusing their efforts on those hanging samples now, putting them to the top rung, making sure that they score as much as they can. Team 8088, however, it seems as if they're trying to slow down their process, making sure that they do give him time for 4780 to score at their own proper rung. 4780 still trying to calibrate itself, trying to make sure it is able to grab those hanging samples, but this means that 23463 is taking its time to now add as many samples as it can. With the last 23 seconds now, we have a score of 162-313, with the Red Alliance still being relentless with the scoring as we now approach 0 even closer. This could have the potential to be the highest scoring match of the day. We're going to have to wait and see what happens though, but I did see a few samples tip over. With the last 7 seconds now, we're going to have to wait and see how this will stack up, with both Red Alliance robots going over and hang. With the last 3 seconds now, one Blue Alliance robot going for hang, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is game. What an explosive end to this match. We're going to have to wait and see what the final score is, and we'll let you know very, very soon who has won the first ever Mayor's Games here at Columbia University.
I don't want another one. Nobody wants another one.
All right, we have a score announcement right here. If you could all turn your eyes to the big screen, who has won today's first ever Mayor's Cup? It will be the Red Alliance who takes it, winning with a final score of 222 to 353. Congratulations to all teams who have competed here at the Mayor's Cup today. We wish you the very best, and please stick around for final awards. DJ, please take it away.
No, keep it inside.
And now for our final awards segment of the day. First off, our second place alliance. Please give it up for second place alliance captain, team 4780, Robolution. Each of our second place alliance teams will be receiving a Limelight 3A. And their alliance partner, Team 8088, Team Cephalopods.
Team Cephalopods from John Dewey High School in Brooklyn, New York. Cody, please join Team 8088. Well, anyone who's on Team 8088 should join. And Team 4780, Robolution from Francis Lewis High School in Queens, New York. They are a second place winners at the first New York City Mayor's Cup.
And now for our winners. Let's give it up for Team 26195, Sid Saturns.
Sis Saturn from Staten Island Technical High School in Staten Island, New York.
Announce what?
And their alliance partner, Team 23463, Sits Mercury.
Sis Mercury from Staten Island Technical High School in Staten Island, New York. They are your winning alliance, first place at the New York City Mayor's Cup 2025. We want to thank everyone for coming to the first inaugural Mayor's Cup. And we hope to see you soon at our next season presented by Qualcomm First Age. FTC Mentor Conference information will be posted soon, so please follow us on social media. New York City First Robotics on Instagram.